The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Joey.
Hello.
Hi, Hepper.
Hi.
Hello.
What's going on? How's you guys'
It's actually pretty
day?
decent. You know, it's been nice these last couple of days. You know, if the whole summer was like this,
Yes.
where it's warm, sure,
But it's not.
You'll sweat a little bit, sure, but it's not humid, and it's
Sunday
not
night when I
just
sat.
nasty.
Just let it be nice tomorrow.
Sunday night when I sat on my porch, my computer nearly condensated to death. Last night when I sat out on my porch, it was lovely.
Yeah.
A nice cool breeze, except for the damn kids crackling fireworks.
Damn kids!
10 o'clock. You believe that?
Go to bed.
I heard a
Some
firework
people get up
going
at
off
4:30.
at 10:30 last night in my neighborhood.
Inappropriate.
A big,
Oh, really?
yeah, I was triggered.
See, normally this happens around my house, and I've heard a couple, but it was like last night. It was like at 8 o'clock, so it was still daylight, and that was it. So, man, I wonder if either my
Inappropriate.
neighborhood's getting old and fuddy-duddy, or if they're just saving everything for the end of the week.
To be fair, I would complain about the people lighting off the fireworks no matter what time of the day it was.
Agreed.
I would always complain about it, but I don't know. If it's not the 4th of July, I just feel like it's probably not a good time to do it. There you go. I'm officially old.
By the way, there is so much conversation in our YouTube chat right now about crowns, and I'm like, what is going on
Have you
here?
seen this?
I just popped over. Look at John. It looks like when people.
So it ranks our listeners.
Wow, so Stibbs is number one.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
look
When
at
did it start doing this?
It seems like a new thing.
It's just like during our show today, Jimmy Palmer
Oh.
brought it up.
Look, I can see the top fans.
Correct.
Oh, do you know about that? Sorry.
Yes.
Odson was wondering where he is. Odson is currently ranked 5th among the fans.
I didn't even know it goes to 5. Ours only went to 3.
Ours goes to 8. Oh, wait. It says that me personally am 50 plus. All right. I'm going to
I didn't look at that part.
Wait, what does that mean?
That I haven't commented before, but now
Oh.
I'm commenting to try. Now I just picked up 0 XP. What the hell?
Yeah. This is, I don't know what this means. I don't know why this happened.
I don't know if I like this.
I was wondering, I wondered out loud to Josh, like, does this mean we flipped the monetization switch? Did it happen?
No, we are unable to. No, we don't have the super chat button on over here.
Okay.
So we have monetization on. We just don't have super chats on.
Well, what's super chats?
Super chats are
Oh, boy.
how some podcasts make money, John. They like if
You could pay $5 to ask a question.
Oh, those. Oh, like
Yeah.
the boys
They do it
over
on
at
Husker
Online.
They do it
Yeah,
at Husker
Online
Online, yeah.
does that.
Jack and I do it during.
We'll
football
never
season.
ask for that. We're not whores.
I'm happy to ask.
You are, Josh.
I refuse to allow
One
you
of
to
our
be a whore.
subscribers.
I'm surprisingly indifferent to this.
When Matt filled in with me on a Saturday show recently, somebody gave us $50. Somebody
Why?
did a super chat.
Did you take it?
Yeah, I gave half it to Matt. I said, "Thank you for filling in today. Here
You
you go."
whore.
No, they
You
John,
are-
they paid. What am I supposed to do with it? Give it
don't
back
send
to
me.
them?
Don't send me 50.
I can't give it back. It's on YouTube. I can't Venmo a YouTube account. They paid.
Well, how did you get it?
it goes to YouTube?
Can you
and then
deny it?
No.
You just get it?
Yeah. Why would I do
Is that how Venmo works? Where they like? Can you deny a Venmo payment?
You can send it back to them.
I
Yeah.
think you can. Yeah.
This all seems very weird.
Matthew says, "Can you imagine reading super chats live on the radio?" I'd be happy to read super
Well,
chats.
of course you would. You want to read everything
well,
on the radio.
to
You
be-
don't want to hear from the people.
to
You
be-
just want to read the
To
people.
be fair, if we did super chats, we wouldn't get it. Our bosses would get that money, right? We wouldn't get any of that cut. Unless they
maybe we
made
can
an agreement.
negotiate a deal, collective bargaining.
So the reason you do super chats, John, is so then you don't feel pressure to read every comment, but then it's an incentivization.
Well, I never feel pressure.
I know
to
you
read
don't, but
comments.
I like trying to read as many comments as possible.
Well, I know.
Because I like our listeners.
Especially on
I
Big
like
Red
our
Overreaction.
listeners too, but I like to hear from them so we can have a conversation.
I like to hear from
instead
them
of
in text.
instead of me just going, typical Cowboys fan. Oh no, I am a whore. Very confusing. Joey Goat producer back in power chair today. Even if they're super chats, it's still AM radio.
That's
Don't
funny.
forget to like and subscribe.
Yes, thank you, Duncan.
You know what? I think that's what we'll one segment on Thursday.
Topic alert.
Yeah,
We'll just
read
we're just reading
comments.
comments.
read through the comments.
Okay.
That's all we're doing.
Sounds good.
We just read the comments.
We don't respond to them. You just read them.
This segment's called Read the Comments.
Yes, it's called read the comments.
And actually, this be a new segment for all the time. This could be a fun.
Oh, you
yeah,
love
but this is
reading the
nothing but
comments.
reading the comments.
I'm down with that.
So those of you who have always wanted to be sports talk hosts, now it won't be your voice. It'll be Josh and I
Yours.
reading your voice.
You can make Josh say whatever you want him
Yes!
to say.
Only if they do super chat, Zapper.
No. This is for Topic
this is
alert.
the
I'm
topic
not
alert.
gonna say.
I'm a big fat idiot.
Wow.
You might say that.
Alex says I have a comment.
Okay, now obviously we have to still follow the FCC laws.
That's what I was worried about, John.
Yeah. So obviously, if you're going to write
leave
stuff
it
that is obscene and would get us in trouble with the FCC,
Charles writes, "Go f yourself, Omaha." A nice
Exactly.
reference to Anchorman.
Interesting.
I like it.
How
Okay.
long is this segment?
Well, it's just going to be one of the
It's a
segments.
About
segment.
15 minutes.
I mean, it depends. How many people are going to be here on Thursday? Here in the radio
The
sphere
people will be
Ether?
on
commenting.
Thursday.
I just got an email from Al with 4 questions for Topic Alert.
Ooh, let me hear
Thursday.
them.
Would you rather strike out or hit a home run off Otani? Which is
Okay.
more likely to happen this year? Nebraska football makes the college football playoff, or Nebraska ball makes the round of 32.
Ugh.
What is your favorite trade of all time? What take are you most proud of?
Oh, those are good ones.
Those are fun ones.
What was the
I'd
first one again? Read the first one again.
rather strike out or hit a home run off of Otani. Would you rather?
would you rather strike out Otani or hit a home run off? Otani?
Correct.
That's a good one. Oh, those are good ones.
Thank you to Al in Minneapolis. We'll
Thanks,
read those.
Al in Minneapolis.
We'll read those.
You could doubly participate by joining us in the comments
Read the
only.
comments.
Read the comments.
Should-
I
should-
have a
what-
comment.
Should we call it
I have a
comments only?
Comments only. That's fun. We can make a fun graphic.
Comments only.
It's only like there's a sign
Yeah.
or something.
I mean, I suppose because there's not that many. I mean, there are a lot of comments, but we'll
Now-
fill a whole segment. I guess we could comment on the
Now,
comments.
during this segment, will you be
Right,
taking
wouldn't we
any
have to?
calls?
I don't know. This is John's segment. John designed it. He
I
molded
didn't
it.
design it. I just thought
just-
of it on the fly.
Well, that's
we can design it on the fly.
Okay.
I mean, no one calls anymore anyway.
Correct.
Many people call.
If they want to call, I would be happy to talk to
If
them.
you ask them to call, they'll call.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be called comments only if it wasn't only comments.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Only comments. There you go. That's what the segment should be called.
Only comments?
Nice.
I kind of like comments only.
But only comments, John, has
Is a reference to
yeah.
something.
It's we're insinuating. You know that website you like to go to.
Farmers only?
No, not that one, John.
I've never been to Farmers only.
No, John, not farmers only.
No,
The only comes first.
only farmers.
Only farmers.
Only farmers.
Only fans. Isn't that website built off of super chats?
Is it?
Essentially.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's kind of like a super chat. Don't you give money and then they take off clothes? I think that's how that website.
I mean,
I've
you
never
can-
been there.
You can OnlyFans whatever you want. I think. You know,
Really?
you can OnlyFans.
Could we do the Grum on OnlyFans?
Maybe.
Wow, that'd be wild.
Should we simulcast on OnlyFans too? You never know.
Trying to get our audience to grow. There's a lot of young men on that website.
That's true.
A lot of young men.
Many
Lot of young men.
young.
Though,
men.
is that one of the websites that's banned in Nebraska? Can you go to that website in Nebraska?
I do
I
not
think-
know the answer to that.
I think you
question.
can.
Well, I guess on that website you probably have to upload your ID to pay money. So to prove that
yeah.
you're
I don't think it's a website
Yeah,
that's
that you're
banned. I
old
think it's what's. Doesn't it come with like a parental warning?
you have to upload IDs.
Yeah,
I've heard.
Yeah.
Wow.
You've heard.
I've heard.
You've heard.
That's what they say, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Upload IDs
You have to
Mm.
upload your driver's license
to what? For why?
to prove that you're above 18 years old.
What if you just pay the money? Then what's it matter?
Yeah, but you have to pay the money and upload the driver's license
Mm-hmm.
to prove that you're legal.
What
It's
if you're like one of the kids these days who doesn't want to drive? You know, they don't have a license.
I don't know.
How do they prove they're 18?
I
You
guess
can get
they're screwed.
IDs. I know someone who is in her 30s who does not drive.
They can show their voter ID card.
Great idea.
Which is honestly, that's what they get, right? I mean, is it a
I
voter
assume
ID
so.
card? I think it's
I
just
don't
an
know.
ID card.
Yeah, it's a state ID
Yeah.
card. You can
Yeah,
get a
yeah.
state ID card.
Yeah, I know someone who has one.
Fisheries and wildlife license.
Can
Something
you
like
show that?
I don't know. Hunting license.
Hello, OnlyFans. Here is my
Oh yeah, you could do
Fishery
that.
Here's my
and-
birth certificate.
here's my birth certificate.
Birth certificate.
Excellent call, Joey.
I recently, I think it was.
That's how we can finally find out if Obama's actually from. You have to upload your birth certificate to get on OnlyFans, Barack.
Great idea, John.
He's like, thank God, I can prove I'm from America.
We've solved a mystery that nobody actually cares about
That's
anymore.
right.
Well, one person
Decades
cared
long.
about it and kind of made a career out of it.
Pedro wants to know for only comments. Hi guys, what happens to the text line? Are we chopped liver?
Great
no,
question.
we'll be reading
Yeah,
comments.
yeah,
comments.
We'll do the text line too.
Yeah.
Pedro had some good text.
But we'll
today.
emphasize
some
the
of them.
comments.
Oh, we want to extra.
Well, I think we want to emphasize the comment because it is called only comments.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll read text.
Maybe
Our
each,
text comments.
maybe there's 4 different
Mm.
segments, and one segment's for the YouTube, one segment's for the texters, one segment's for the
See, the thing-
tweeters.
Yeah, I just don't know if
I
it.
don't know if we'd have an.
Yeah,
That's too many segments. Suddenly we're running out of segments
Oh.
on our very busy Thursday show.
But you'll have endless amount of topics.
Theo with some
No.
surprisingly funny comments.
Really.
Yeah.
Canceling the Baby Maguire radio bit was a slippery slope. Now rules censoring podcasts. First they came for the Baby Maguire bit, and I did not speak out because it was Happer's show bit. I didn't realize that he even knew the reference that. Do you know the reference he is making?
What tiny baby?
No,
coat
the
or tiny-
second comment is like a very serious reference. It's a reference to Mr. H and the things he did. Do you not know
Wait,
that reference?
what does it say?
First they came for the Baby Maguire bit, and I did not speak out.
Oh,
Do you not know that reference, John?
I don't recognize it.
All right.
Now, is
don't mean to get too
Theo
dark.
referring to Matt Rule's tweet about obviously you?
I believe me.
Yeah, you made that. You're profiting off of failure and despair.
There's no profits.
Mm.
There's no profits.
So that's
Will
what it's
there
about.
be profits?
I mean, maybe a few dollars.
Well, when we go to
I've
super chat,
paid more than I have received for the podcast.
Yeah, you got to pay in. That's how it goes.
when we start the super chats,
Mm.
and we only read the super chats that promote negativity and
Well, that would actually be
Hey.
a pretty funny bit. Sorry, we're just reading the comments.
yeah,
Matthew says John doesn't get that reference.
I don't get the reference.
So
What is
it's a poem called "First They Came," written in Germany in 1946.
Bad time.
Indeed, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was socialist.
Okay.
Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade
Okay.
unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out.
Okay.
I didn't realize Theo knew that thing.
Okay. Good
So,
for you.
You
Theo.
underestimated Theo.
I have a comment. I did. Theo, I underestimated you. I just thought all you did was listen to Minnesota Golden Gophers podcast.
He is always texting or commenting about that podcast.
Yeah, he won't shut up about it.
I'm glad I missed these. This is why I usually don't read a lot.
Wow.
Of the
See,
comments.
you don't like our
Oh yeah,
listeners.
John. There's a whole
No.
other world going on in the comments.
Well, I know, but that's why
John just
well,
wants to
it's
quote
that-
tweet that Doug guy who wants to move baseball season
Different
back to
universe.
July. That's
Well,
your
but-
favorite guy to go back and forth with. Meanwhile, you miss all of Theo's bits.
Well, yeah, but most of Theo's bits don't make a damn bit of sense
Understandable.
because it's talking about these deep, dark conspiracies with people and things and places I don't care about.
It is. There are a lot of deep cuts in there.
I mean, no offense, Theo. I'm glad you enjoy it,
But
but
you'd rather go debate Doug.
I don't give a crap.
Doug, who is
Yeah, who's your favorite listener to yell at
to yell at? Oh, man.
or debate with?
I mean, when Bad takes Doug, whenever he emails in,
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Does he get under your skin a little bit with all of his bad takes?
No, I'm just more baffled by what he says than anything. No, he doesn't really get under my skin. You know, the people, I mean, there are a couple of
Who's what's his face from Indy? Keith from Indy. He used to get on your. You used to hate him.
Yeah, because his phone line was bad and his takes were confusing.
It's always about the phone.
It's
Yeah.
Well, it just
Well, and then who's then there's that guy.
Mr. Laffy,
Yeah,
Laffy Taffy.
yeah.
Oh,
Rick.
Rick.
Because
Yeah,
I just,
you're annoyed by Rick.
if Rick is listening, and I'm sure he is, I'm just always confused what he is laughing at.
He does just laugh randomly.
We bring him on, he laughs. Happer brings him on. Hey, guys,
Yeah.
what is funny? Are you having a conversation?
Can you
and then you're like,
imagine-
wait, sorry.
Can you imagine what he would have been like if we would have been doing a call-in show in November of '63? hey guys, I don't know the present dad and all, but
Because what was this thing that one time
you think
about
the Huskers will
horse?
play Oklahoma?
What if
I don't think that
Mahomes was a horse?
I don't think that was him.
No, it was.
It was?
He was that guy.
If Patrick Mahomes, because remember he was hurt before the Super Bowl, and they said if Patrick Mahomes was a horse, would they have shot him? Like put him out of his misery.
That's crazy.
I don't understand. Travis says maybe he's just nervous. No, that guy calls in every week. There's no way he's nervous. He's so excited to come on and just say something asinine.
Yeah.
Baymont says things John hates. 1, college football. 2, the listeners.
No. Where do you get that from?
You just said you don't like reading the YouTube chat because you hate.
No,
our
I don't
listeners.
like. I don't bury myself in the YouTube chat.
I'm not buried.
But when normally when I just see Theo's name comes up, I just kind of move on to the next one. Again, no offense, Theo, but you're like
Sometimes
you're like way over here. You're like talking about another galaxy.
I know what you're saying, John. Like sometimes you like subliminally pre-screen people in comments. You just don't read
Listener
them.
Doug.
Yeah.
Doug could be like, John, you're handsome. John would be like, no, I'm not. I'm really ugly. You absolute idiot.
Well, he would never have a good take like that.
See,
so
exactly.
I never have to worry about that.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
John, do you like air? I love breathing air. And he's like, we got to get off this planet. I'm going to the moon.
Pretty
Well,
overrated, if you ask me.
I mean, if Bad Takes Doug,
Uh-huh.
thinks that way.
Is that Bad Takes Doug or is
Well-
that different Doug?
No, this is a different Doug. Bad Takes Doug doesn't tweet. This is Doug Grub or whatever. It's like
Grub.
It's like something like Dub Doug or something.
Doug,
I've
Doug,
seen that
yes,
guy.
yes.
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
John goes after that guy.
Well,
Grab.
He'll quote him and say,
Doug.
listen, son. It's awesome. D'Lo says morning show is the worst at addressing the YouTube comments. They don't read. They're not hanging
Address
out.
the allegations.
They're not hanging out in the YouTube chat. I love the YouTube chat.
I bring up the YouTube chat during the crossover. I do feel like it's like fresh,
Yeah.
in the morning.
Uh-huh. What
like
about the
it's-
text chat? Do you have to mark text as read whenever you open it up before your show? Do
Yes.
they have the text chat open?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Yep. No, check it.
Yeah.
It's okay. They
Whenever-
take calls. They got a bunch of calls this morning.
Oh.
Calls
People were calling.
in 2025.
about what?
Did they think it was bigger overreaction?
About what?
Was it Big Matt Rule tweet overreaction?
They were.
Mm.
Was it Oreos or a sandwich
So
reaction?
I got in my car at 9, and then immediately the Oreo thing happened, and then people started calling, but it wasn't about they started talking about the Huskers.
All right, let's see. The segments from the Gary and Matt show today. I'll just read them in order, and we'll see if we can figure this out. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
People forget.
Oh, my gosh. Matt and Mike hit the town. Nebraska ball Mike recaps his outing with Matt.
Whoa.
Oh,
Matt hung out with Nebraska ball Mike?
I tell you what, give Matt credit. He is meeting the people.
He is. Shout out to Matt. RIP Royals, segment 3.
I don't think it was about that.
No, the Royals are baseball's most disappointing team and need to. Oh, you're saying the callers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one.
Yeah.
would call
No,
that.
they do suck. I can't argue that.
This year's Colorado game is the Iowa game. This year's Colorado game for Nebraska. That could be a topic of callers.
Topic alert.
B1G Master.
Maybe that's kind of what the callers were talking about.
Matt loves him conference affiliation. So it's about the Big Ten. Maybe they called about the Big
I
Ten.
hate the Big Ten.
When was he cooked? It's July 1st. So let's recall which game you knew the Nebraska football coach was cooked. That's a topic that I
Yeah,
love.
they brought that up during the crossover.
When was he cooked part 2? I bet that was when they were getting a lot of calls.
Ah.
When was he cooked part 3? I bet that's when.
That is a topic.
An Oreo is a sandwich? Question mark. Evan Bland and cooked sandwiches. Wow, so they combined when a coach was cooked and sandwich.
and cooking sandwiches.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Okay.
Michael just tweeted the poem at me.
The
whole
Dylan
poem.
Raiola poem?
No, the one about Germany in the 40s.
That's
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Senator John Thune bleeps bleeps.
Yep.
Says me and Theo handshake meme.
Well,
know
how
this-
do we know they're not the same person?
That's a good question, John. I don't think they are.
Okay.
But they,
Handshake me on what?
I don't know, takes?
Just
On the
being out there.
on the Minnesota podcast drama beef?
Perhaps, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Maybe this is something we need to pay attention to.
No, it is not something we need to pay attention to.
Oh, Theo seems to think it's a pretty big deal.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
John. Theo
but,
thinks it's a big deal.
but Theo is Theo. He's just out there,
yeah.
you know.
Remember Dion?
Prime?
No.
Oh, commenter Dion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? What did we piss him off?
He turned into Theo. I don't know.
No. We did. We made him really.
We made him really mad one day, and he never came back. And he was one of the rare people who's like, "I'm never coming back," and never came back.
We Purdue'd him or
Purdue'd him.
What's his name in Lincoln? Our old Purdue friend.
Greg and Lincoln.
Who's left us.
He quit too. Yeah, he got out.
How was Dion's name? Listener Dion. How was his name spelled? It was not like Sanders. Was it Dion?
I
think it's
so.
Dion. Dion Pryor.
Is that what his name was?
Yeah.
I remember he showed up in.
He was in like a Husker radio network.
Correct.
Comments all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, people are going in there for sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I searched in my text messages the word Dion, and I found that you and I texted about him, Happer, in September of 2016. Bazooka, a bad boy. Way to hold the guys accountable, coach. Don't know what that was about, but that's what Dion said.
September of 2016?
2014. Sorry, September 16th, 2014.
2014?
24. I don't
Lord, that's a long time ago.
I don't know any words. Yeah,
Those
I don't
are
know.
numbers.
I don't know what happened. Yeah,
Not like I was texting anybody about YouTube comments in 2014.
No. I don't know what happened to Dion. We did make him really mad, though.
Yeah.
I don't remember why.
Credit to him. He actually dipped. He left.
He'll probably crawl back in Big Red Overreaction.
No, man. He was gone all last football season.
Odson says he still comments in the chat during Husker press conferences. In our chat or in the Husker chat?
That's got to be in the Husker chat. It's got to be your chat.
And then there was a Game Dog.
Game Dog.
Who then that person just kept making.
Yeah, that turned into a lot of different people.
Yeah,
that'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Because it's like such an easy troll to tell because they just speak in the same voice.
Yeah,
they never change.
And you're a professional reader of comments.
That's true.
Yeah. There was this one doofus in the heyday
bozo
of the Scott Frost era who just kept creating burners and tweeting at me. There's actually my brother and now wife, they got me a Christmas gift of one of his tweets framed and it's on my desk.
Whoa.
And that huge dork kept creating new accounts and I'm sure I'll see him at some point this fall.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll show up in only comments.
Maybe. God, that would be nice.
I need to mark that down.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Only comments.
Only comments.
I already got 4 segments. Things written down for 4 segments this week.
That's exciting.
Dude, we're already, the first half of the show's already prepped. Are you doing Topic Alert?
I mean, I feel like you guys kind of commandeered it. So.
Did we? That
yeah.
Makes me feel bad.
That's all right. I mean, I'll just do a regular show, for the people.
Well, are you implying that our show isn't for the
your
people?
Your show's for you. It's for vanity.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It is?
You're almost implying that we're not working very hard.
I would never imply that.
Interesting.
Would never imply that.
Okay.
No, I just feel like 8 straight. Now, maybe if we combined and all did one show for 8 hours, then we could do Topic Alert.
Okay, you're out of your mind.
Are you wanting to do an 8-hour show?
I would for you.
John, what do you think? You want to do
I
8
think
hours
you're out,
of
I
radio?
think you're out
John
of
would
your
never.
mind. I think you're out of your mind.
John would never. Josh might.
I'm kind of thinking about it now.
You're weird.
Why? Because I want to hang out with my friend on the radio?
You're always trying to get out of things, and now you want to get into things.
I don't try to get out of anything.
I would absolutely do an 8-hour show.
How many Big Red Overreactions are you doing this year?
I don't know, John. I'll be traveling. I would
traveling.
love to do
I'll be
them.
traveling.
You get to travel for Creighton games, and you don't see me whining about how few games you get to do. It's a part of my career, John.
It's pretty lonely in the studio, Josh.
That's a bummer, Joey.
I almost did an 8-hour show, except for the one segment where I had to just
Take
turn
a dump?
in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I did that. Yeah. John, you should try. You should try an 8-hour show sometime.
That was cool. That was one of our best
I've done
shows.
Plenty of
It's where
long
the
shows.
boys become men.
That's it.
I mean, I've done plenty of those. In fact, I just got done doing a bunch of those. It was
Where?
Called the College World Series.
No, that's not a show. That's a baseball game.
Well, it's
baseball
that's,
games.
That's a lot of hours of
There was
talking.
a 12-minute break in between those games.
Yes,
you got a 12-minute
I got a
break.
12-minute break.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Happer and we didn't ask for pats on the back with all the hard work.
I wasn't
we did.
asking for a pat on the back.
So when I try to get out of shows, I get made fun of. Now I want to work, I get made fun of.
Well, Josh, let me tell you
gotta
what.
Make up your mind.
That seat is open on Thursday at 10. Even I'll take you at 11.
Yeah.
I'll take you at noon.
I could join post crossover.
Sure.
I don't have anything going on that morning. I have no meetings.
But then
Oh wait, I have to take my parents to the airport. That might be hard.
But then we have to come up with a separate pool of Topic Alert topics.
Well, that'd be easy. Then we just get topic alerts
Okay.
from the audience.
All right. I love topics.
Yeah, that girl is topics. Yeah, we'll have a
Exactly.
great time.
It was at that Vegas show where the girl is topics came up.
All right, so I have to take my parents to the airport. I think we're leaving at 9. And I will be over here. I guess
You'll
I could
be
just...
here by 10.
I might take you up on this.
Fascinating.
I might.
Let me know.
I will. I just need to figure out the rest of my schedule.
Because
I will.
That'd be really fun.
That would be.
I would love to do radio with you. We don't do it a lot.
I never get to talk to you on the radio.
I don't get
Except
to
for
talk,
every day.
except for this.
Except for every day.
Except
But
for every
not,
day at
not
this
for
time.
longer than 30 minutes at a time.
We can talk about real topics.
Who are the
not
guests on
just like,
Thursday? I listen to your show every day. I
Bruns
should know
is
this.
dead.
Bruns is dead?
Well, he's
This
out.
week. This
yeah.
week he's dead.
And Padilla. We'll talk some hoops.
You just
Come on,
ki-
ask some
you
Creighton
just
questions.
killed it.
I
right
know you're
there.
curious about things. You're endlessly curious, Josh.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay.
You could ask about Creighton.
You're curious like a cat.
That's why my friends call me Whiskers. You know what, Happer?
You don't have to yet.
I'm in.
Woo! Topic alert.
Now I just got to figure out when I'm making the margaritas for Thursday.
And then John will hold the martyr baton when he gets here at.
Sorry, John, you're getting tired sleeping.
Or no, I
Josh.
guess you'll hold the martyr baton. John will.
I've already been here for 4 hours. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll just leave.
Yeah.
See you, John. I already did a show today.
Great idea.
Once again, Josh always getting out of something.
No, I'm working, though. I'm still doing it. Otson says lunch is on me. That was the only thing I was worried about. Now I am
well, there
way
you go.
in.
Wow.
Now we know what it takes to make
I
Josh
think-
happy.
I
Lunch.
already said I was in, John.
I think I just got the best deal of the century. I just got a co-host
you
and
just,
lunch.
you just guilted him. That was good.
Yeah, you kind of did.
That was some good guilting.
No, I didn't put any pressure. I just said you can if you want. I would really like
Charles
it. though.
says, bring on Bigelow. Mike says, yes, bring on Bigelow.
All right, let's call Bigelow.
Bigelow, you want to talk some hoops?
Bigelow Redemption.
You know, he hasn't come on the radio since that one time.
No,
I'm sure he'd have some opinions on the things that have
he's
happened.
got opinions. The opinions never go away.
Aaron says, topical, how about you do a 3-way call with Severe and Padilla? Would that be anything special?
3-way call with Severe and Padilla.
I don't think they'd have any. I mean, they talk to each other.
Yeah.
Severe likes basketball.
Yeah, and I assume Padilla likes Michael.
Yeah, I think
wonder
so.
I wonder if Aaron's mixing up Padilla with Bigelow. I bet that just happened.
That could have happened.
Oh,
He thinks all basketball people look alike.
Daddy needs a touchdown.
Daddy needs a touchdown.
Oh, no.
Those were great times.
LSD Will says, is the crossover simply freelance dumb debates? It kind of is.
Yeah,
Well,
good.
sure it
Bull
is.
question. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sure it is. I mean, sometimes there's one thing that takes over, but sometimes
Mhm.
it's not. You know, we just kind of go.
Michael Severe's commenting in the YouTube
Hello,
chat.
Michael. Daddy needs a touchdown.
He writes, Biggs, all the Kool-Aid. All the Kool-Aid. My favorite open Nick has ever made. I love that open. It's a very fun open.
All the Kool-Aid.
We'll run it today.
Yeah, Aaron says he meant Bigelow. Got my basketball heads mixed up.
Happens.
Yeah.
It happens. You ready for this? Watch this. Look at the guy's head.
I heard you talking about
You
that
can't
today. I was
act-
wondering what it was.
Of course it happened at that stadium.
Yeah, they should be banned. from baseball.
Unbelievable.
So I think he was out.
It's literally the two teams
that play in minor league parks.
that play in minor league parks
Gosh,
playing
that
each
is
other.
so funny. Got him.
Now, you see, that's the series that should have been moved to Omaha.
Oh, yes.
The two teams that play in minor league parks come to Omaha. And I guarantee you that won't happen. Someone won't stand up in front of that camera because that camera's up in the press box next
They
to
could
us.
just leave the ESPN cameras here from the College World Series.
Hell, they could just use the Mecca cameras.
use them. Yes. They would be better than what they currently
Absolutely.
have in Oak. Or where is that? Sacramento, Fresno.
Sacramento. West Sacramento. West Sacramento.
It's so bad watching
Yeah,
those ballparks.
it is. It is. But,
Josh, you would know. You watch those games all the time.
I saw some of the Royals Mariners game last night.
well, that wasn't in a tiny baby ball.
I know. I just was commenting on baseball.
Might as well have been. The Royals still wouldn't have scored.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't
But
they score 2 runs?
Two.
the big
Two's
ass
about the
guy,
max.
He hit a
Yeah.
home run.
Yep. Big dumper.
Big dumper.
That guy's pretty good.
Seems like it.
Stibbs
we-
is having a good time right
Do
now.
we think that he stole Jack Caglione's mojo? Is this like a plot point from Austin Powers?
If you think if Jack Caglione, his first game, if that great contact he made, if it would have landed on the grass, do you think he'd be hitting like 300 right now? But he's been pressing ever since.
Butterfly effect.
Dude, when we went to the game on Sunday, one of the at-bats, I think he saw 5 pitches and he swung at 4 of them. And it was
He's
just
starting
like,
to
dude,
look actually bad now.
Yeah, like just chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just
Yeah.
chill.
He's changing
I almost
things
wonder
up.
if he needs to come back down for a little bit.
Well,
Get some positivity.
Maybe
going.
just stay up there and fix it because he's their best option.
Yikes.
He is.
That's tough.
Guy is hitting what,
his
150?
His
Yeah.
OPS is 500.
Yeah.
And he's their best option.
He is.
Oh,
He's
God.
like far and away their best option. Unless they want to bring Melendez back up, which I don't know. Maybe they will.
Odson says come back to Warner Park for the 4th of July.
He could.
That'd be fun.
It would make my 4th of July a lot better if Cags came home.
Yeah.
Come to Papa.
Mm. Michael writes, Daddy doesn't need baseball.
Daddy doesn't need baseball.
Well, you understand why.
I can't wait for
The
him
Mets
to
are in a tough spot right
I
now.
can't wait for him to text me and say I'm fast forwarding. I'm skipping the Mike Farron interview. He says that I just skip it. I just fast forward.
Farron is such a great listen, though, regardless of if you care about
Yeah.
baseball or not.
Michael says no, he's not.
Farron or Severe wrong.
Michael texted John and I today. He sent a group text to John and myself.
Michael Severe did.
No, Farron.
Mike Farron did.
Farron,
Farron
yeah.
did.
Farron
We
sent-
got to call him Mark Jaron again. so
Mark
we can
Jaron.
tell the
I
difference.
apologize. Thank you for
Mark
reminding me.
Jaron.
Yeah, Jaron texted us today.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, he was alerting us to the Matt Rule tweet from last
Have you
night.
seen Matt's tweet?
That's thank you, Mark Jaron.
I have received that text making about the same joke,
Yeah,
closing in on
it's about you.
10 times.
It's about you.
We're closing in on about 10 times.
It's about him.
Do you think it's about Josh?
Yeah, he's profiting from negativity. Have you seen all the money that Josh has made off of the Groin Kick Chronicles? He's like Scrooge McDuck.
So
I'm swimming in coins.
Wow.
Swimming in gold coins.
I mean, considering that most of these games happened long before Matt Rule got here,
That's true, but most of Matt Rule's games are on the Groin Kick Chronicles.
doesn't that also
a
mean
lot
that,
of them are very
doesn't
high.
that also mean that uber super Husker fan Jack Mitchell is also profiting from negativity?
Yes.
I mean, he's a part of the Chronicles.
Great point.
This
That's
will-
probably why he doesn't go on the hometown affiliate.
This will surprise you. Jack, when he realized it could be about us, was not happy about it.
Oh no.
I don't. Well,
It's not about us. That's what I
But
kept telling him. It's
this
not
is
about-
exact. I feel exactly the same way now as I did when Thomas Fedoni did the shush. Was it about you? Maybe.
That one I actually think was.
Yeah, I think that one
I think it was
because
okay.
that turned into quite the thing online.
Mhm.
And the best part about it was he was never directly referenced.
Me?
No, him.
Oh, him.
He had to look it up.
Yeah.
To find the take.
Hey,
What was the
search-
original tweet?
Something from an Iowa fan of all people.
No, but what was your original? Or was he?
Here,
Or was the Iowa fan commenting on what you had said on the show?
yes.
So it wasn't commenting on a tweet. Okay,
Correct.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, because
A subtweet.
I'm
I-
vaguely
I will
remembering
find
the
it real
segment.
fast.
I vaguely remember the segment
Because I was at a soccer match that night, and let's see, and I open up my text or my Twitter during halftime, and I had more mentions than I would have ever expected at halftime.
Oh, a lot of people were watching the Creighton game
Yes,
tonight.
they were. They had a lot of takes.
I was like, what in the world is this about? And okay, here it is. So John untagged himself from this. John, that is hilarious. So John must have been getting so many mentions that
He
he
just-
untagged
He
himself.
got out of there.
Because your name is there, but you can't see.
Oh.
That's funny. John bailed out.
Smart me.
Yeah.
So listener
good call.
JD, who is listed in his bio, is a friend of the program.
Oh, Iowa JD?
yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
also
yeah,
is
yeah.
a P1 of Sharp and Benning, so might need to update the bio.
Well, that's a couple of years old.
Says, does Rule know Thomas Fedoni was available? If you refuse to use him, I hope he just goes to Iowa, so at least we can make him a first-round pick. And all I said was, I tried to hit on it a bit this week, but I think it might be time to put hopes of him becoming or
That
being
was it.
awesome to bed.
That was it.
That
Yeah,
was
yeah,
it.
yep.
Please put it to bed. I'll wake you up soon, is what he said. So, and then my mentions were a tire fire.
Yep. And then he scored a touchdown, like his one touchdown that year. And-
Yeah.
and-
To your
and
credit,
shushed
Josh,
the
I think this is the
world.
first time I've ever talked about this on the radio. I've never talked about this.
Really?
I don't ever talk about it. I mean, we've
feel like we
alluded
talked-
to
Well, we
it.
talked about it after it happened.
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Because
Okay.
don't you remember we made the graphic? It had Thomas shushing you.
Oh,
and-
okay.
yeah,
I
we
didn't realize I
talked about it. Of course, we talked about it.
Okay.
Sure.
because it was bizarre how it all
Oh, yeah.
came to pass.
But Josh, you were right. He never became awesome.
Should I retweet what I said?
now the crazy thing is he is a
I suppose he could
Under
become
contract.
awesome in the NFL.
right. But no,
Sure.
he was never he was one of a long line of Nebraska tight ends that had a lot of hope and hype behind them, and it never panned out. Some of it not the athlete's fault. Sometimes
got
it was
hurt
the
a
scheme,
lot.
sometimes or it was the circumstance.
Yep.
You know.
Get his revenge on the Cowboys since he's on the Giants.
There you go. He could be awesome doing that. That would be really funny, Josh.
No, it
if
would
he
not.
finally became awesome
Tom,
against the Cowboys.
Tom, if you're listening, or if anyone related to Tom is listening,
Tom,
Josh
if you're
is-
searching your
Josh-
mentions right now.
Josh is a huge Cowboys fan, and if
Play the Cowboys twice.
If he scores the touchdown and shushes, I'm going to be triggered.
That would be so funny.
yes,
Extra.
but you would be shushed on an NFL game,
I mean, yeah.
and because it's a Cowboys Giants game, it's probably on a frickin' Monday night for some goddamn forsaken reason.
Oh, that was close.
Really close.
Week 2 noon home opener in Dallas.
There we go. Thank you, Joey.
Week 2 noon home opener in Dallas.
At least I know where to go anytime I need a question about what game's being played.
At
all
least
the
the
time.
Sun will be in a good position for that game.
That's
Yeah, it
true.
should be.
Oh, wouldn't that be something if he somehow was able to catch the ball through the blinding light of the Jera reflection?
Last game of the season is the Giants, so we don't know what time that is at this moment in time either.
Oh, that's going to be a mid-afternoon. That's a bad
Another
Sun
noon.
game.
It's on the road, though, so the sun will be
Ah,
set. In
It'll
New
be
York City.
cold.
It'll be chilly.
Chilly.
Very chilly. It looks like, in terms of the late afternoon sun crap, they have 2 games this year where it will be affected. Versus the Eagles,
Perfect.
and then the Chiefs on Thanksgiving.
even more perfect.
Oh my God.
That's going to be fun.
That's awesome.
Not excited.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of times on Thanksgiving it's
Happy
cloudy in
holidays.
Dallas. Always seems like it's cloudy in Dallas.
Does it?
Yeah.
Cloudy with the chance of meatballs?
Or
No
it's like
question.
that Miami game where it snowed, which was
man.
awesome.
Yeah,
and then Leon did his thing, and
different time.
it was a very different time.
Dallas was good back then. Different era.
They were. I was under the impression that this Jera documentary was going to be about his whole life, but it sounds like it's just about the building of the franchise.
My guess is it's going to be about. It's like, remember when you thought the same thing about the Michael Jordan, that it was just going to be about that 1 year? You know, this is just the first trailer.
Or it's
So
kind
that's-
of like the Celtics 9-part HBO documentary.
they're just leaning into, I think, to grab people, and then it'll probably be his whole life story. You
Mm.
know, what words he did or didn't use in the 50s when there was integration. You know, I can't wait for those stories.
I
wonder.
still think Time Travel and Jerry would have been a much more interesting miniseries.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stories to tell about Jera.
Oh yeah.
All right, well,
Okay.
you've swindled yourself a co-host. This has been a very productive crossover.
It really
Congratulations.
has. Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Maybe
Can't wait to
that
see
is
you on
something.
Thursday.
Thank you for your many, many hard hours of work, Josh.
Thank you for acknowledging it.
Yes.
It's nice to have somebody in this studio right now saying those words.
Josh, those extra 4 hours are going to make up missing Friday because of a holiday.
Wow, I'm an idiot.
Well, I mean, I didn't.
Volunteering
You
for
didn't-
bonus
you didn't
work.
need to say it out loud.
But Josh is buying lunch, so that'll be fun.
It's not like you have to do a lot more work. You're just sitting here and hang out with me.
is Josh going to buy lunch, or is he just going to bring in some of those? What is he? Those
no.
peanut butter and jelly
Uncrustables.
Uncrustables.
Odson, I don't want an Uncrustable.
I wonder who his courier will be, and I wonder if it'll be Michael Severe.
Oh,
Because Josh is also stuck in this room.
That's
during
true.
lunch.
yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
Michael Severe
Unless
usually
he's
just
saying
pops
he's going to
in.
buy us lunch after the show, but that'd be weird because it'd be 2 o'clock.
I don't
lunch.
want to do that.
Yeah. And one of our segments can just be called eating.
Well, because I'm staying for your guys' show.
Are you saying the whole show?
Well, I don't know.
Whoa, look
Ah.
at this. Wow, John, what's it like to be so damn lazy? 4 hours on a Thursday? Tisk, tisk.
Well, some of us can use an injury to get out of it.
Nice.
John,
There you go.
great point.
I got my rehab.
Otson says, I have a wife. Delivery exists.
There you go. Wife is the
I
courier.
have a wife. A
I
new
have
segment
a
coming to the Connor Happer show.
I'm sure
on
Michael
Thursday.
Severe
You
will be
know what?
available.
You know what? Here's what we'll do. Josh, don't worry about it.
What?
This sounds like a call for Bronco burgers.
Interesting.
So who's
Get a pile of Bronco burgers.
I'll come in earlier
in their fries?
and I'll stop by the Bronco burgers and get some
Okay.
Bronco burgers and fries.
What is earlier mean?
well lunchtime? I'll come in around lunchtime.
Okay.
topic? alert indeed.
Topic
Wow.
alert with Bronco Burgers. And Nick's not going to be.
We always have such ideas when Nick is not here.
We really do.
So there you go. Does that sound like
Sure.
a deal?
Yeah.
Get some Bronco Burgers and
That
fries.
works.
Handshake meme. I'm in.
This is going to be
this. Sounds
amazing.
awesome. Otherwise, I just would have done a regular show.
And now,
this is way better.
yeah.
This is way better.
Now, don't we have to put you? We have to put you in charge of your topics.
Okay,
Right?
I'll do topics.
You do your topics.
Now
we'll
I
our
have to start
topics.
sending out incessant amounts of tweets about topic
Well,
alerts.
I use the photo of you and me for the topic alert. You can use the classic photo of John from
Start
Vegas.
sending me topics.
There you go with the
There you
hashtag
go.
topic alert. Awesome. Wow. This is going to be
See, this is a reason why you should be here on Thursday instead of doing whatever you're going to be doing on Thursday.
Dave says John
It's gonna be
strikes me as
topic
a
alert.
lunch at 11 a.m. guy.
Oh, good
John,
take.
are you an 11 a.m. lunch kind of guy?
Not usually.
Love early lunch.
I had
Not
12:30
usually.
lunch today.
Not usually. I mean, sometimes it just depends on.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, or because that usually the 11 a.m. lunch means I didn't have breakfast.
Sometimes I eat lunch before I leave my house, which is 9 o'clock in the morning.
That is insane.
You got to do what you got to do.
You do. I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that.
All right, I got to go get my car serviced.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Good
Good
to see you,
luck.
Happer.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow. The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. Grum next, 1620 zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yo! It's Tuesday. It's the first day of July. We're in the middle of the summer.
See that tweet from Nebraska today?
What, Matt Rule?
No.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Then I don't know the tweet you are referring to.
Well, they stole my bit, John.
Yeah, what does it say?
We play football next month. That's my bit.
Yeah.
Football season is next month. Though, as Joey would remind us, Joey, what happens at the end of this month?
There is a football game. Preseason.
Again, you ain't gonna watch it, so don't be celebrating something you ain't gonna watch.
I'll be watching.
I'll be watching.
That'd be like me celebrating the new Running Man movie. Ain't gonna watch.
We should do a, what if we did a watch party with our listeners? You always talk about how you want to talk to people like the old days. Let's go to a local sports bar and watch the Hall of Fame game together. Joey can be there.
As long as it's relegated to one tiny TV in the corner and the rest of the TVs are on baseball.
I could run a Q&A on the NFL schedule.
I'll tell you what. Challenge accepted. You organize it. You figure out how we're going to do this.
Okay.
And what day is this?
It's 4 weeks from Thursday, the 31st.
Okay.
You're in town.
So
we're
figure
actually
it out.
going to do a watch party? Okay.
Well, you're saying if you really want to do this,
Okay.
if you really want to do this, put your
money where my mouth is.
Let your fingers do the talking.
Okay. I mean, now I'm kind of interested in doing this. I wonder if any establishment would like to have us and thousands of listeners show up and watch, because everyone's gonna be excited. First preseason game.
Highly unlikely.
We could stream live on the YouTube.
Highly unlikely. I mean, again, if you can make it happen, I'll be there.
Mike says Jack and Schaefer are talking about doing a random watch party for an inconsequential game. Seriously, talk to them. So this must have came up on Jack's show yesterday with Schaefer. I don't know what this is about. Jimmy writes, the new Running Man looks fun. John just can't get out of his old man feels.
Okay, which dumbass said this?
Whoa, it's listener Jimmy.
Jimmy, this ain't about the old man feels. It's when you make a perfect movie, it doesn't need to be remade. I get it if you want to take some crap movie like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings and remake that. I understand.
You're an idiot,
But when you're remaking the perfect movie, The Running Man, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Richard Dawson, you don't need to remake it. I watched the trailer.
Yeah.
It does look interesting, but by principle, I will not watch. Wow. By principle. Because
so what, you watched
if Star Wars,
you thought it looked good?
Would you want to watch a remade Star Wars?
I mean, that's kind of what episode 7 was.
No. But I mean, actually, they start the whole thing over again and they remake the original.
Do I want to? No. Would I? Probably. I'd check it.
It's got to be principle, man. It's the perfect movie. You can't mess it up. I mean, not once in that stupid 3-minute long trailer did we get one reference to Sub-Zero becoming Plane Zero.
Well, they're probably wanting to save that for the movie.
Highly unlikely.
So wait, what if they do actually have that line, though? Are you interested if they have that line?
No, because
remember, like,
that'll
X-Men?
actually make me mad.
Remember X-Men when it was like, wait, so you do it or don't want it? I can't tell. You got to make up your mind, John.
Well, if you're going to remake the movie, you should, be like remaking Terminator and say, I'll be back. Instead, I think I'll be over here for a little bit.
Nice. Because remember when they did X-Men and they did
No,
I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Remember that?
I never saw the X-Men.
Okay. Any of them?
Mm-mm.
Stib says, wonder if they'd make Star Wars good the second time around.
Oh, Stibbs.
What an absolute
Man, I
pinhead.
hope Cal Raleigh gets a really bad hangnail
Whoa!
and can't swing his magic bat anymore.
Mm.
Speaking of that,
Yeah?
Mike Farron's coming up in just a few moments.
Yeah, we got to get to the Grum
And
down.
it's happy Bobby Bonilla and college players getting paid day. And Cal Raleigh is still sick. And now he's got a gruesome hangnail injury because Stibbs cursed it upon him. We'll talk about that and other things with Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio.
Noise.
Manfred's boy speaks. And Joel Klatt's quack college football playoff idea.
This is insane. It is insane.
Dan Wetzel of ESPN.com.
Nice get, Joey.
Nice get,
yes.
Joey. Excellent job.
That's a reminder that I
Thank
need to upload the graphics.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. The new pack. Got to get the word out. We back up.
We back up.
Watchability index. Fired up for
What? Wait a
Whoa.
second. What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, because it's July and it's football season.
It's about that time.
This is amazing.
And we'll get to it. We were a little long in the crossover, so we will get to it.
What?
Matt Rule's Twitter message. I should be in parentheses to Josh.
to me, what did I do?
Sorry. In parentheses to Jack and Josh.
What did Jack do?
Well, you guys are profiting off of misery and turmoil.
look, we're all profiting.
Allegedly.
We're all profiting in this world off of things that happen.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, it's true. We are profiting off of Nebraska football.
That's my job. What am I supposed to do? Not
Again,
talk
the
about
most important thing is that it remain relevant. Good, bad, never indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
Never indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well, Stib says, I got to admit, it's the first thing I thought of when I saw the tweet.
I didn't know. We'll talk
Okay,
about,
yeah,
we'll talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
it coming
yeah,
up.
yeah,
We'll talk
yeah.
about it coming up.
All right.
It was just very interesting. It was very interesting.
Mm.
But thank you, Matt Rule, for giving us content today.
Whoa, the Odyssey teaser is leaked.
The who?
The Odyssey?
The
you know,
what?
Homer's Odyssey?
Yeah. What
They're
about
making
it?
a movie.
Oh,
Christopher Nolan. Baby.
okay.
Yeah. I didn't realize the trailer leaked. I'm going to have to watch that. trailer.
I'm sure it's great.
It will probably be awesome.
402-951-1620.
Mm.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. And go and register today at 1620thezone.com because you just might win a $100 gift card from Prairie Flower Casino, sponsor of the Zone Hotline. 402-951-1620.
Awesome.
You can hit us up on Twitter at USC1620 in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed and the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
Coming up next, Mike Farron.
Or
Or
Mark Jaron. People are wondering.
next, welcome to the Grum. Good to have you with us, if I can say it right, on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning.
Deep out to right center field. Does he get enough of it? Yes! Number 33, Cal Raleigh. Now tied for the third most home runs through the end of June in Major League history.
Whoa, it's true. It's true. Most home runs through June 30th in Major League Baseball history. Look at that list. Bonds.
Steroids.
McGuire.
Steroids.
Griffey Jr.
No steroids.
Sammy.
Corked bat.
True.
And steroids.
And steroids. And Cal Raleigh, 33 bombs before June or through June 30th.
Whoa.
Amazing stuff. And we welcome in Mike Farron of Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Brought to you by the Drug Enforcement Agency to learn about the dangers of fentanyl. I don't have the whole reading. Can you finish it for me? I don't remember.
No, I can't either. That's,
okay.
Just remember which side I'm on.
Mike, what's more impressive, Cal Raleigh hitting that many homers through June 30th or me reading 21 books so far this year through June 30th?
Jimmy making a Rip Taylor reference in the comments, which if I had confetti right now, I would just toss it in the air for you, Jimmy, because that's too good.
I think if I do this, let's see.
Mark Jaron.
No, that's just fireworks.
Yeah, no, it's fireworks.
Is that do it?
Yeah.
There it is.
Can I do that too?
I don't know. Does your computer have that setting on?
No, probably not. But see, it's kind of, you got to get the toss going with Rip Taylor. Like, that's the thing, is you can't just.
I'm completely confused. What's going? What
you don't know who Rip Taylor is?
Are we talking about that like from the 70s?
Yeah, with the mustache. Who would?
Yeah.
The Mark Jaron photo looks like Rip Taylor, which he's totally right on. Like, it's amazing. It's perfect.
God, that is a deep cut.
It's too good. He nailed it.
It's a good. I'll give you credit, Jimmy. That's a good one.
To answer your question, Josh, I'm impressed that you can read. So congratulations. Listen, 33 home runs by the end of June is pretty cool, especially for a catcher to do it. I mean, he's on pace to set the record for home runs by a catcher, and we'll see whether or not he gets there, but it's been an amazing first half for him. He's become one of the premier power hitters in baseball. It's 3 straight 30 homer seasons, and he's going to set a career high almost certainly. And my guess is he'll get to 40 pretty easily, barring injury. And he's been a major reason why the Mariners are in the hunt for a playoff berth. So they have withstood Julio Rodriguez being good, not great this season, in part because of Cal Raleigh. And if they can get to a point where Julio can take over games and Raleigh continues to play well, then, maybe there are brighter days ahead for the Mariners in the second half and they can make the postseason again.
That would be cool.
He is on pace for roughly 64 home runs right now, which would still be, shy, obviously, of Barry Bonds.
But it would beat Judge, wouldn't it? What did he have that year? 63?
62.
62.
Judge had 62. So, yeah, it would be American League record. What is it, the rigors of everyday catching, or maybe something else that could derail this bid if he's gonna threaten it?
I mean, baseball can do it. I mean, how many times what's the record for most home runs by the All-Star breakers? Reggie hit 37, right? And then I think he fell short of 50 even that year. So, I mean, it's just it's hard to be on time that often, So I think it's just how many guys could have, he could hit 15 home runs in the second half, which would be a great second half. And that'd put him at 48 for the year, which seems like a pretty small total, but is still monumental. I mean, right now the record for a primary catcher is 48 from Salvi. I think it's just the nature of it's really tough to hit 33 home runs over the course of 600 plate appearances, let alone the course of 300. So it would seem to be virtually impossible for him to keep that up, and for most players too.
It seems weird. I just Googled this. Stibbs is depressed now about Mark Jaron ruining the mojo.
Yeah,
I guarantee.
He only had 11 home runs in June. It felt like he had half that many in the Cubs series alone.
But he did. He had 6 of those, I think, in the Cubs series. No, I mean, if you think about it, though, that's 11 homers a month is what he's on pace for, right? Like that's 33 homers with 3 months through the season.
Right.
So.
But for some reason, I thought he was
seems like they've all come since the College World Series because now we're back here and it's like,
it's because you started watching baseball. That's why it feels.
Mike, I went to that game on Sunday.
I saw that. I'm surprised that you didn't try to trade in your tickets to go to see Ohtani on Saturday.
I got the tickets from work, so I would never do such a thing, but I definitely wanted to.
Or you could have purchased tickets for Saturday and gone to 2 baseball games.
Oh, buy things, Mike? I like it when it's free.
No kidding.
Mike, I have a question for you about the big dumper. So we've talked over the years about the lack of star power in Major League Baseball, and that among many reasons was why Shohei's coming over to America and play Major League Baseball was so important. Do you think Raleigh has the potential to become you're shaking your head. All right, well, we'll just eject on that question before it even finishes.
No, I mean, I think it's a fair question, but I just don't think that there's you need to have this magnetic personality on top of it, and you need to have prolonged success so that the entire nation can focus on the fact that you're doing something incredible. I mean, that was what was so interesting about 1998 was that, like Mark McGwire was kind of a reticent star, but Sammy Sosa soaked up the spotlight. And so together they created this duo that got people super excited. Raleigh is certainly accessible and he's humorous and he's not short on an opinion, but he's not like this super dynamic personality that captures the imagination. There are very few baseball players that are. Aaron Judge isn't the most exciting quote in the world. He's I think a really good human being, but
sure,
he's just not he's not a guy that is super dynamic. Jeter was never dynamic, and in fact, I think you can make an argument that Jeter almost the Jeter worshiping by players did a disservice to the sport because everybody wanted to be just like that smooth professional, right? As opposed to somebody that stood out. And I do think that that's one of the issues that baseball kind of has in general. So I don't know that just a half season of success for Cal Raleigh is all of a sudden going to put him in a position where he's captured the zeitgeist, but it's pretty cool.
The Mets are just spiraling right now. Now they would still be in the playoffs today if their playoffs actually started today. People kind of forget that.
They don't.
They don't what?
Start today.
I know they don't start today. I'm just saying, just to put it into perspective, if the playoffs started today, they'd still be in the run. They'd still be there, meaning that there's still, 11 games?
Cubs?
Yeah, it would be something else.
Cool.
What is going to pull the nose up on this plane?
Winning the Mets? A couple of games? I mean, it's not.
But what is the thread here? What is going on that it's continuing like this? I mean, they got destroyed by the Pirates. A historic destruction by the Pirates.
I mean, they've lost 13 to 16. Like that happens to teams all the time, good teams. So I don't think that there's anything to. I think when the Yankees and the Mets struggle, especially in a good season, the panic level gets ratcheted up because that's the one thing that the New York sports media does better than anything else is panic. So I'm not panicked about them. I think they're a good team. I think they've had some injuries that have impacted them, but the good news is that they should get Sean Manaea, who's on a rehab assignment tonight, back shortly, and Kodai Senga probably not far behind that. Jesse Winker's coming back from injury here soon. He's also on a rehab assignment tonight. So they're starting to get healthier. But they're in the fact is that there are no super teams really in either of the leagues. I mean, the Dodgers aren't going to win 110 games. Anybody who said that this winter wasn't paying attention to the injuries that their starting pitchers were going to suffer over the course of the year. They're going to be a 90 some odd win team. There's not a super team there. And so the Mets find themselves right in the mix and will be right in the mix. And just like all of these teams that, this is the parity that Major League Baseball keeps telling you doesn't exist, but does, right? Like as they fight for the salary cap. The reality is that there's like, 12 teams, 11 teams in the American League that still have a shot at the postseason, a legitimate shot at the postseason, and there's nearly the same number in the National League. Like the Braves are 7 games out, and they're under 500, but I think most people would still view them as a contender. And so, like, who doesn't make the playoffs? Washington, Miami, Pittsburgh, Colorado in that league. So, like, there's like 8 teams that don't have a chance right now. 2/3 of the league, or 3/4 almost, does. So I think it's like, listen, there's not a super team that's there, and 13 out of 16 in baseball is a blip on the radar. That's basically like losing back-to-back games in football. So it's not a big deal.
Stibbs, I'm not going to show the first comment, but I will have this one.
Yeah, Mike, go up 2 comments before that and see.
Yeah, so that.
Mike, along those lines, all the teams that are still in the mix.
You notice how Stibbs is funnier when he's like, we have to read his stuff versus when he was actually
saying words.
Stibbs is funny.
Mike, along those lines of what you just mentioned about the number of teams that are still in the playoff mix, I wonder what you think that means as we move closer and closer to the trade deadline in terms of teams that maybe people have viewed as obvious sellers. Could that actually be the case as we get to that date?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that we're all kind of dealing with, right? And that's the reality of 40% of the league making the playoffs, is that there's just going to be more teams involved. And so we're 30 days away. The trade deadline is July 31st. So we've got a month to go. I'm assuming that most teams aren't going to make a decision on whether or not they're buyers or sellers if they're in that middle ground until like July 28th or 29th. And even so, I wouldn't be surprised if you see most of the teams be buyers, or teams try and this is one of my favorite eye-rolly words from courtesy of John Mozeliak, the president of baseball operations of the Cardinals, arbitrage, which I wish I could say it like John does, because John's got this, it's Trello arbitrage, which is like you buy and sell at the same time. And I actually think that's a smart way to go. I had a GM tell me a couple of years ago, he's like, there's really only a couple of windows of external acquisition for you, right? There's the off season, and then there's the trade deadline, and it's a chance to make your organization better. Whether now we focus on the major league club right away, right? And what it does for a pennant race, but it's one of the few chances you have to make trades. And if you feel like you can strengthen your organization while also not weakening your position in the pennant race, I think it's a really smart move to make deals then. So, we've got a month of it. I don't expect there to be a whole lot of action until well after the All-Star break, just because there's so many teams that are still in the mix. And I think that there's some questions on, the definite sellers don't have a whole lot of guys that are, you're going to move unless Pittsburgh decides to trade a couple of guys like Mitch Keller is a guy whose name has come up an awful lot, which quite frankly is a little bit odious that they signed him to a big contract extension and then 2 years later are going to deal him. I get they've got a lot of pitching depth in their organization and they don't have any offense, but like there are other ways they could go about it. They're just going to have to reallocate payroll because their owner won't give them any money to spend. So it's like he's somebody that could move, I guess, quicker if somebody had the right package. He's certainly been linked to the Cubs enough. Edward Cabrera, who's starting tonight for Miami, is a name to keep an eye on. I mean, he's an interesting arm. He's pitched very well. He's outpitched Sandy Alcantara to this point. He's cheaper and has years of control, so he probably gets the Marlins more in terms of talent. But like, there's outside of them, like unless if you think Colorado is going to trade guys, like you're the only person that does, because they haven't, right? They need to, but they haven't. So, and the White Sox just don't have a whole lot of guys to trade. So you're kind of stuck in this spot where you're going to have to wait until right around the deadline before we really start to see any movement.
You mentioned the Braves a moment ago. They're closer to the Marlins and the Nationals than they are the Phillies and the Mets. Can they play their way through this, or are they going to have to be one of those teams that make some deals to get them back above the cut line?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure that I have a good answer for it. I mean, I think they probably need some pitching help. The bottom third of their lineup has been really bad. Like Ozzie Albies has disappeared. Michael Harris II is having a miserable year. So like they have some work that they need to do. And I was having this conversation with somebody at the ballpark last night. They kind of like, this is the downside sometimes to signing a lot of players to contract extensions, is that they've kind of boxed themselves in at a lot of positions, right? They can't really go out and upgrade first base because they got Matt Olson signed for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
They can't at third base because Austin Riley is signed for a long time. Ozzie Albies is getting close to the end of his team control, but it's a super affordable, even for a lack of production, team option for him next year. Acuna is signed up. Harris is signed up. Murphy, their catcher, is signed up. One of their two catchers. So I just think that they're kind of in this stuck spot, but they need Spencer Strider to be better. He hasn't been great coming off the second, significant elbow surgery. He's not alone in having that happen. Walker Buehler has really struggled. Same time, Jacob deGrom got it figured out. So maybe all Strider needs just a little bit more time. They have a lot of needs. I don't think they're going to punt the season. Even with Chris Sale out with a broken rib and out for a while, I think they're going to try and remain as competitive as possible. And if they're playing well, remember they were under 500 at the trade deadline in 2021, and they made a move for 4 fringe outfield pieces, right? It was like Jock Peterson and Eddie Rosario and Adam Duvall, and they brought in all these guys, and they ended up winning the pennant and the World Series. So, again, all you have to do is get to the dance. So they won't make a decision until they have to.
Mike, I saw a tweet yesterday, and I thought of you. This was from, I don't know if you've ever talked to Jimmy.
Is this how we get into the Matt Rule tweet?
No, not yet.
Can't wait to talk about that.
This is from Jimmy Traina of Sports Illustrated. I don't know if you've ever
familiar with his work. Yes.
Okay, his podcast is awesome. So he tweeted last night. Remember when everyone lost their minds over torpedo bats the first week of the MLB season?
Oh yeah,
and now we haven't heard.
Bats.
What did I tell you? Too early to tell, baby.
We had listeners in our chat saying they were going to ban the bats, and now nobody talks about them anymore.
They're unfair. Yeah. No, nobody's talking about them. I can't even tell you who's using one and who isn't.
Yeah, seriously. Though they did have them in the College World Series. It was pretty cool to see them, and they were on our table the entire time.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They look a little different, but they're like Anthony Volpe has used one and had some success with it. I've got the Yankees Blue Jays game on my monitor here, and Jess Chisholm uses one occasionally. So yeah.
Oh, let's see. He's up at the plate right now.
I don't think his is a torpedo bat right now. I was just looking.
Okay, I was going to say it didn't look like. I just didn't get. It doesn't look like it, but you never know.
Yeah,
who they open? They open against the Brewers, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, those were the good old days of the Brewers when they were giving up home runs left and right, and now they're winning all the time. Jerks.
Yeah. What happened then?
I don't know. It sucks. But all right, here it is. Here it is. The Matt Rule tweet, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't really gotten into this yet.
Not yet.
Other than we know that Josh caused it. Too many people have profited financially off of negativity and despair. Their time is over. From Matt Rule last night at 6:33 while I was driving home.
Wow.
I can't imagine like Mike Riley maybe doing this perhaps, but
I didn't realize he was so woke. I mean, that was the thing that really stood out about the Matt Rule tweet was that's some wokeness there. What is it with this? Just listen. I don't know Matt Rule at all. He seems like a good football coach. I want to say that. I want to make that clear. He seems like he knows what he's doing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But this is like profited financially off negativity or despair. Like part of your job is dealing with criticism, and sometimes criticism makes you better. So maybe you want to rethink this. I don't think that this is quite the profound statement that he thought it was. This reeks more of you remember this was a thing, Josh, you may not be old enough to remember. You remember the book The Secret, which was basically if you wish it into existence, it'll happen. And it was basically trying to be positive for positivity's sake. I think too many people read that book. They're just not grounded in reality. But
I saw a tweet, Mike, this morning from a guy named Tej Seth, who is a football data guy, and he says Matt Rule is tweeting like a wide receiver. Nebraska's going 10-2.
There were a lot of people that were making that comment. He's tweeting like a wide receiver. There were also a lot of Carolina fans who are still bitter about Matt Rule. Says, didn't you profit off of negativity and despair after your 3 years there or whatever it was? So, yeah, it was. It was very interesting to see that last
Mike,
night.
do you think that, I mean, you don't know him, right? And you don't cover him.
No.
Do you think that's about the media, or do you think that's about, like, because people are trying to figure out, is this about the media? Is it about people who are recruiting against Nebraska? What, because those people have profited off of Nebraska's despair.
I think it's anybody who criticizes somebody, right? Like that they're profiting up, like they're creating they're I don't know, like if it's from the media standpoint, it's right. They're creating the ideas that they're creating something that is, that needs to be examined. That doesn't really need to be examined, right? But like at the same time, everybody who's a coach at a high level should have everything examined, right? Like it's and listen, I agree with him that there are some people that are just there to profit financially off of it, and they just are negative for the sake of being negative, right? Like there's people that have made a great career out of that. Well, I shouldn't say great, but they made a lot of money doing that. That's true. There are people that have made an awful lot of money trying to force positivity down everybody's throats too.
Yes.
So like, I just don't, listen, if you want to exist in that space where everybody is out to get you because they're negative, or you perceive them as negative, is probably the right way to put it, then that's on you.
An email from John writes, I've always thought of Mike as pretty smart, but him saying that Matt Rule is a good football coach has made me rethink that opinion.
Well, listen, I am your Husker football expert. So
that is true.
We're getting
that
closer.
Is true.
I have to say, hard.
We're getting closer to the prediction that will likely win, because Mike has been closest to right 2 out of the last 3 years.
Are they going to be ranked to open the season?
No. They'll get some votes. I don't think they'll be ranked, though.
That's a good question.
You think they'll be ranked?
Someone,
they'll get votes.
They'll get votes.
Because they're smelling like an 8-9 win team, right? Like this is going to be a pretty good team,
from
right?
your lips to God's ears, Mike.
I mean, if they go 8-4, right? Like that's certainly within reason.
Yes, for sure. Then we'll profit off of positivity around here.
I assume they play Purdue, right?
They do
actually,
not this
they
year.
don't. They actually have a very manageable from Big Ten standards schedule, but they don't play Purdue. But they avoid Ohio State. They avoid Oregon.
Yep. They got Michigan and Penn State.
Michigan and Penn State are the 2 big ones on.
They don't
there.
play Wisconsin,
and of course Iowa. The rivalry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's always.
They got the Cats.
Do they have to go to Evanston, or are they in Lincoln this year?
Sadly, it's in Lincoln, Mike, which is such a bummer because I wanted them to either play at Wrigley or at the tiny baby football stadium by the lake.
Hey, they're making great progress on Ryan Field. It's right down the street from my folks. I've seen some pictures of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's next year, right? That's 2026.
Yep.
I believe when it'll open.
Wait, when do they play? When do they play Northwestern? We've been talking about me
October
doing a Red Dead Redemption or whatever it is you call the postgame show. I would come out. I'm not traveling for the postseason this year. I would come to Lincoln for Northwestern. Nebraska.
Oh, what date is that?
It's October 25th. That is like right in the heart of the World Series.
That's like right around game 1.
I'm not traveling.
Oh, he's not traveling.
Oh my gosh, Mike, we have to make this happen.
I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I think we can work on this.
I've
never been to a game in Lincoln. I would love to go.
I just volunteered to do 8 hours of radio on Thursday. So if I did that, I think we can get Mike here to do overreaction.
This is like turning into a Dick Van Dyke bit where you're going to have to like be on the air for 24 straight hours dancing.
Maybe we
or something.
We could do a fundraiser. Mike, we could get you tickets, or you could get a press pass. I guess whatever you want to do. This would be awesome.
He
get him the full experience.
He wants to sit with the people. Well, probably in the club section.
I just want to do the post game show after Northwestern.
He just wants to do the post game show.
Amazing. We should do the pregame show that day too. We should do a special pregame show because Mike Farron is.
Well, we've been pitching the idea of a pregame show.
Maybe Mike Farron's a special guest.
Oh, this could be good.
Wow, incredible.
Do I have to like put on somebody's mascot costume?
Year?
Like, do I have to like show up and put on the Willie the Wildcat hat?
No,
not a bad idea.
What the hell was that? That sounded like a dying cat.
What's the cat noise at Northwestern?
That is the cat noise at Northwestern. A dying cat. All right. Well, all right. Put a pin in that. We can plot.
Consider a pin put.
All right.
Yep.
October 25.
October 25th. Northwestern in Nebraska, likely to be an 11 a.m. special, I'm guessing. On the
that's perfect. I can get home that night. Great.
Wow. This could be amazing.
This actually could be a lot of fun.
Steve says, Mike, if you come to Lincoln, you're going to have fun. We promise fun. We promise fun.
I have no doubt that I will have a great time in Lincoln. I think a football weekend in Lincoln, that's something that I've always wanted to experience. So I think it'd be really cool.
All right. We got to make this
happen. All right. We need to start thinking.
Yep.
Thinking. Mike Farron,
just
Sirius
as long
XM.
as I can take calls.
Yes.
That's why
that'll
we want
definitely happen. The negativity profiler himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just excited to profit off of
we all
of
are
the negativity here. So
man,
let's make money.
Let's make some money. Ooh, that could be our bit. We could just stand outside like the people that, occasionally you get the protesters at Memorial Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the one year I took a picture of it for Farron. What
protester was this?
Oh, wow. It had something to do with, I think it was about the circumcision. They didn't like circumcision.
Well, but here, okay. Well,
it was weird. I have to look it up.
I guess if you don't want to go to a bris, you don't have to. But I think, it is close enough to Halloween.
Yeah.
I could dress up as the negativity profiter.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see what this costume looks like.
It'd be like
you
a
make
suit
the call.
with all of these tweets on there,
Who's the crazy Lesko guy? That's
something like that. All right. Have a good 4th. We'll see you next week.
Bye, Farron.
There he is, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio.
This is going to be the best.
That could be fun.
Oh my gosh,
that could be fun.
Mike Farron in Lincoln, Nebraska, going to a football game.
Wow,
this could be the best season of our lives. And they'll go 8.
And then watch freaking Northwestern will win again.
Oh my gosh, that'd be the worst.
Find a way.
It would be the worst.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so before we get to Dan Wetzel, who's coming up in just a few minutes, we'll share some thoughts on the Matt Rule tweet and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone. Dan Wetzel of ESPN is going to join us in just a little bit. We talked about it at the end of the segment there with Farron, the Matt Rule tweet from last night. And again, if you missed it, around dinner time last night, he tweeted out, too many people have profited financially off of negativity and despair. Their time is over. And of course, many people now have tried to figure out, well, who's he targeting? Is he going after the media? Is he going after negative fans? Is he going after negative recruiting? Is he going, who knows? Mm-hmm. Who knows? Mm-hmm. If there is any of this that is directed towards the way that the team is covered, I would only say this. Nothing helps people's interest in something than winning. Sadly, we haven't experienced much of that recently.
No, it's been a while.
But trust me when I say this, you want to see readers go up, listeners go up, viewers go up.
Interest go up.
Yeah,
win,
win a lot.
Be great for business.
So I guess if I honestly don't know where this is directed, but it's easy as Farron did, maybe some other people did, read into this that, people are having too much fun at their expense, or people are listening because they're constantly bringing up the negatives and all the other stuff. Those folks aren't going to last very long if a team wins. And if they're covering it here in this area, I mean, people don't want to necessarily gravitate towards negativity. Especially when it comes to their favorite teams. They want to hear the good things that are happening, and they want to be encouraged, and they want to get hopeful for the future.
There's 1 year, maybe two, that I think people legitimately, if we want to have a true conversation about profiting financially off of bad play, 2 years, 2007, because it was really the first time that they had done that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the year that Riley got fired because it meant Frost. Mm-hmm. Those are the only two times that I think you can make an argument and say the media was rooting for this. No other year, especially lately, has that been the case. You know why? Because it's become old hat. It would have been like the 1998 Huskers being bad because it would have just been so wild that there would have been so much reaction to it. Now people, they check out. For the record, I don't think that this is about the media.
I don't know, but I'm just saying because I've seen a lot of folks who are saying, well, you can point the finger at yourselves. You're the guys that are doing it. And again, I don't know if that's where it's directed. I'm just responding to those who believe it is. Yeah. Because again, there's just not, look at all the different Husker websites, and goodness knows we've got a bazillion podcasts out there now. No one's gonna, if the team really starts hitting a bad slump, folks are going to start to gravitate away. It's human nature. The miracle of this fan base is that they're still here, and it's still pretty strong. But it's human nature, and we've seen it in the crowd counts. We've seen it in the empty seats. If you want to get sustained attention, sustained readership, sustained listenership, sustained viewership, win.
Yeah.
Win.
It'd be good for all parties.
So that's just to respond to those who think it's targeted there. I don't know where it's targeted to. I just thought it was rather interesting. I wonder if the timing of this, being it was the day before July 1st, when
players are able to get paid.
And
now.
I wonder if maybe there was a little bit of that in there, in that this is his way of saying, we're ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
That we've got money, that we can pay these folks. And we were preparing for this years in advance.
Yeah.
I could be reading something. I'm just looking at it from the timing of it all, and I think maybe there could be something to that.
Yeah, and I'll read this real quick before we talk to Dan. Mustache Adam says, if Josh is living rent-free in the heads of folks down I-80, then two things are true. His reach is far more expansive than we think. The mentality of this team moving forward is concerning. And that's why I don't think that it's anything about me or us or the media in general. I think it's more about that type of mindset of too often programs to the expense of Nebraska have been able to make a living. And maybe I'm looking for something, or maybe I'm searching for an answer that's not really there. I'd be stunned if it was that. I'd be stunned if it was just like people are being negative around here. But who knows? He is more in tune with the local press than any coach, in our time, together, I cannot remember a coach who is as in tune with every word that is being said about their program as he is.
And this also could be in response, and I think maybe some of this could be he was feeling a little frisky last night because they've had a
great June,
last few days on the recruiting trail.
Yeah.
And certainly there's an avenue to that could be exploited here because, folks will negatively recruit and say, well, that program's not ready for it. This program can't develop. This program's not going to get you where you need to go. Yeah, they'll throw a bunch of money at you, but they're really not, in your best interest.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's Matt Rule saying, hey, that ain't true no more.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's welcome in Dan Wetzel of ESPN.com, who joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Dan. How are things going today?
Going great. How are things out there in Omaha?
Doing excellent.
Not bad. Did you find a mower yet?
I'm about to make a purchase.
Good.
Let's go.
Good. Well,
I think I'm going with a Toro.
Oh, good choice. It's a good choice.
I had a Toro, and then this guy talked me into this other one, and then I need a real mower.
I saw this earlier today, and of course, today being July 1st, it's a dawn of a new era in college athletics. I was a little surprised at the number. I'm curious what you think, Dan. 319 Division I schools have chose to opt in to the House settlement. That's 82%. Does that number surprise you?
No, I don't know. I don't know what I would have expected. I would have thought most would. It doesn't mean you have to pay out all $20 million or whatever. So, what is not opting in? What happens if you don't opt in?
Well, if you don't opt in, it means you don't have to abide. You don't have to abide by the roster limits, but the athletes still have to. If for third party, that still has to go through a clearinghouse. So that doesn't change.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably all smaller schools. Some schools are complicated. You have some schools that play like Division I in only one sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, hockey, or they're Division I in lacrosse, but not in anything else. So but all the major schools obviously did.
Dan, you've been someone over the years who has, always looked at kind of the fallacy of college sports in how they existed, certainly in my early years, into now what they have become. As we have finally gotten to this day, it's certainly notable progress. How do we ultimately look back on a day like today, given that so many people fought against this for decades and decades?
Yeah, no, it is an historic day. Amateurism is over, right? And that alone is amazing because that concept lasted for a very, very long time against incredible resistance and hundreds of millions of dollars in legal fees and, just everything you had to do. Maybe not hundreds, maybe, right? What was it? I think I saw something about that. Anyway, a lot of legal fees. The lawyers did well with amateurism.
Yes.
They were not practicing law for the love of the law. Let's put it that way. They may have been arguing about the love of the game, but they were not practicing for the love of the law. I think it was Alabama AD Greg Byrne. He said the three most historic days in college sports history is the formation of the NCAA back in the 20s, Title IX in 72, and all the opportunities that opened, and then the House settlement. And that's probably true. So when you think about just, everyone's kind of like, as with everything in college sports, how is this going to affect my favorite team?
Mm-hmm.
Is really all anyone cares about. How's it going to affect recruiting? But there is an historic moment here that's worth taking a moment and saying, hey, this is wild. This thing finally ended.
Dan Wetzel, ESPN.com, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. How much do you anticipate the name Brian Seeley will be uttered the next few years? And maybe explain who he is, because this is a new name who's going to have a lot of influence.
Yeah, so they created a new, it's not the NCAA that's overseeing this. It's the
College Sports Commission.
Yeah, much different. CSC, not NCAA. College Athletics. I think the same boss is the new boss is like the old boss is the old line the rest of us use.
Mm-hmm.
He will be in charge of trying to orchestrate this, get it together. It is he apparently is going to be making the final determinations on whether this payout or this deal is legal. They've got this Deloitte algorithm and system coming up with what's real NIL and what isn't. It just feels like invitations to unbelievable amounts of lawsuits. I don't know how you can calculate someone's worth. I mean, in this country, in capitalism, you are what someone is willing to pay you. The same way your house is worth whatever, someone will buy it. And or look, there is artwork that I wouldn't hang on my wall for $5, and there's somebody in New York City to pay $3 million for it. Who's right? Who's wrong? So I don't know how you come up with this algorithm. One of the examples I use is what exactly was would an all Big Ten, all American guard from women's basketball player from Iowa be worth 2 years ago? How much NIL was real NIL number would she be worth? I bet they would have spit out $50,000. Well, that'd be a pretty good deal for Caitlin Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone's worth whatever you're worth. What's someone worth? Well, it just is what it is. Whatever they were paying Caitlin Clark wasn't enough. So I don't know how in the world they're going to police this stuff. I don't know how these coaches are going to abide by it. I've never met a college coach that sits around and is going to say, I really could use another wide receiver, but we just don't have the money. We just can't do it. We just can't get it done. Those coaches do not really exist in college athletics. They go find a way to get it done, or they lose and they're out. So there's a lot of questions that Sealy is taking on, and it's a big thankless job that he's going to get, and he's probably going to get sued about 500 different ways.
Dan, how much of a concern is there that third-party NIL is just going to go back underground? Either they're not going to report this stuff to Deloitte, or they're just going to bypass it altogether, and we're basically back to where things were just a handful of years ago?
I think it's 90% likely. I mean, this is my thing. Everyone declared it the wild, wild west, and there's a lot of coaches that don't like change, right? Coaches they're stuck. They want control. They don't like change. Everyone listening to this everyone who works has had their work change, their business change, their industry change. You have to adapt as things change. I just could not stand these arguments like, well, what would Woody Hayes say about this? Well, it was the 1970s, man. Who cares? Like, this is how it works. This isn't why I got into coaching. Well, tough break. Someone else will do it. I just think the above the table stuff was better. Let's take college basketball, right?
Yep.
For a long time, we had a thing called blue bloods, right? Blue bloods in college basketball. They got all the recruits and won all the games. That was because sneaker companies deemed them the blue bloods and paid the players for them. Was that the Wild West? I kind of like how everything's on the table, and all of a sudden you started seeing a whole bunch of different schools winning, and a whole bunch of different schools in the Final Four, and teams that won 10 consecutive conference titles, cough, cough, Kansas, stopped winning the conference championship, right? Was that the Wild West? So I think there were a lot of positives to when you just sort of take away the pretend part of this. And again, when you have coaches that are competitive and want to win, are they really going to adhere to a salary cap? Are boosters going to adhere to a salary cap, which is what you're supposed to have? And again, what is real NIL? What is someone's worth? Well, someone's worth might be, if I own a local car dealership, X amount, but how do you determine the worth that it means to me if my favorite team wins?
Mm-hmm.
That's incalculable, and that booster is still going to throw that money out there. It was really hard to police under the table payments before. Now every player has an agent. Every player can have a business relationship of some determination with any business. And so the interactions, like, it's so many different ways to funnel money now. Before, you could be like, hey, you're not allowed to have an agent, or you're not allowed to talk to the car dealer in town. Well, now you can actually have a deal with him, and it's just, well, now there's a side deal. So I think it's going to be totally chaotic, which will be great for reporters like me and kind of, entertaining. But the idea that this is all of a sudden everyone's going to just be all quiet and all that, that's not how college sports has ever worked.
Hey, Dan, speaking about college basketball, I wanted to ask you about your column last week titled, Please Don't Expand NCAA Basketball Tournaments. But in a way, I want to ask you about both hoops and football, because it seems like there has now been enough pushback that the Tony Petitti plan of locked-in bids for all sorts of leagues, it seems like there's enough pushback where at the very least it's pushed off the table a little bit. Maybe we won't get it at all. I wonder, can the same thing happen with the basketball tournament? Because I'll be honest, I have not really seen a whole lot of people outside of maybe one media member truly championing this. It doesn't seem like anybody wants it, just like it didn't really seem like anybody wanted the Tony Petitti college football playoff plan.
Yeah, I think there can be. I really do. I think there's certainly with the college basketball, to me, they should have kept it at 64.
Yep.
The beauty of March Madness, it's incredibly valuable to have this as a business, a sports entity. They own 2 days in the middle of March, Thursday and Friday. And that excitement of the start of the tournament and the excitement of the first 2 days and people skipping work and skipping class and watching on their phone and bringing, break rooms and all the different things you do, and how that generates so much attention that it fuels the tournament the rest of the way into this huge thing. Even as very few people relatively watch college basketball across the year, everyone gets excited for this. To risk losing the uniqueness of that start has always been my problem with the play-in games. Now, most Americans do not pay any attention to the 2 games on Tuesday and 2 games on Wednesday that are getting played in Dayton, Ohio. They mostly feature 16 seeds, so no one really cares. But if you all of a sudden expand and you're going to have as many as 6 games on Tuesday and 6 games on Wednesday, and that becomes the first of the free-for-all, you risk losing that unique start date. And that's what I think is, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. And this just feels like that moment. Same thing with football, like that idea with the automatic bids. It was a fundamental change in the way the sport is competed for, because when you have 4 automatic bids, and what Petitti was talking about was then having like a championship day where you had the number 1 and 2 seed in the Big Ten play each other, then number 3 play number 6, and number 4 play. Now that's now a play-in. You've got now either, depending on how they rigged it out, 22 to 28 teams are now in the playoff. Like we went from 4 to 28 because a 6 seed could win and go. So you vastly expanded, and now you have seasons where you're just like, hey, we just got to get to the top 6. His complaint was that he didn't like the committee. It's too subjective. I don't really see it as a problem, but you can work on the committee without blowing up the whole sport.
Well, that's the crazy thing, Dan, is that everybody uses a committee. And by the way, the Big Ten and the SEC, who also was complaining about the committee, they signed off on these people. I mean, this is their people.
Absolutely. And like, it's the committee. At the end of the day, you have a committee because you're sitting there going, who's number 12 and who's number 13? Who's number 60 and who's number 17, or 68 and 69, whatever it is in basketball. And it's a really hard choice. And if you want to make the case Alabama is better than SMU or Indiana, Alabama is better than Indiana, make the case, but somebody's got to go, look, we got to make a choice here. It's not like somebody got cheated here. So you just have the committee and you do it and you play. I like 12 because I think it maintains some semblance of importance of every football game across the year. You're not dead if you lose a game, but you can't just be losing tons of games, come in 6th in your conference. And the other part is, well, our leagues are too big. Well, whose idea was it to have an 18-team Big Ten?
We had to, Dan. We had to. It was forced on us.
Yeah, we absolutely. I mean, you were the one who did that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like we got the tail wagging the dog now. So it's just, if we're going to go to, I would prefer to stay at 12. I'd like to let this at least cook for some years.
Yes.
Maybe it works perfect. Maybe it's terrible. I don't know. Nobody knows. We've had 1 year. But if we're going to go 16, 5 and 11 is better to me. 5 automatic bids, 11 at large. Keep it simple. Seed them 1 through 16. Play. They're already gotten rid of this like conference champs got to be top 4 thing. That was confusing. Just keep it simple. I really didn't like the 4 automatic bids for the SEC and Big Ten are going to get 4 teams in, and if you don't, it's because your league wasn't good, not because you. I mean, in a 16-team tournament, you can't get, and you got 18 teams in your league, and you can't get 4 of them in. Like, how is that working? Like, how bad is the Big Ten going to be? Of course, they're going to get 4 teams in.
Dan Wetzel, ESPN.com. Dan, enjoy that Toro and make sure you keep an eye on where you place the lawn bag. Just take my advice. Just make sure you know where your lawn bag is at all times.
You don't want to trip over it and break your wrist in 4 places.
Nope.
Oh, no, it's the mulch feature that matters to me. I'm a mulch guy.
There you go. Then just take that bag and wad it up in a ball and throw it in the trash can, but make sure you know where it is.
I'm sorry that happened to you, though. That's a tragedy.
It was tragic. It was tragic. Dan, have a great 4th of July.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, guys.
You bet. Dan Wetzel of ESPN.com.
First time we've had him on since he moved over to the mothership.
That's right.
Matthew writes, I like Dan. This is a good interview. I am a fan of Dan as well.
Well, we can follow up on some of the things that Dan talked about because it is part of the college football cluster. Because finally, Manfred's boy actually came out and said something.
He's not
about his playoff.
A mute, John. He can say words.
He can say words. Now he was in a. It's kind of like President Trump doing an interview with Fox News.
Yeah.
Or Joe Biden doing an interview with CNN. That's kind of where, old Manfred's boy went.
Greg
but,
McDermott doing an interview with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm much harsher than.
Well, that's because he just gives you crap.
That's true.
The entire time.
I gotta fight back.
Uh-huh.
So we'll discuss and have more after this on 1620 The Zone.
him run and kick and throw. Give him the ball and just look at him go. Hip hip hooray for Mr. Touchdown. He's gonna beat him today. So give a great big cheer for the hero of the year, Mr. Touchdown USA.
Cluster. And once again, we're back talking about playoffs. Playoff expansion.
I love playoffs.
Oh, I know you do. I
John,
know you do.
You know what is one of the great things in America? Americana, if you will?
Baseball.
No. I mean, it's
Apple
fine.
pie.
No.
Chevrolet.
Playoff creep. You love
me some playoff creep. It's the most wonderful thing in the world.
Uh-huh.
Except this isn't playoff creep. This is like playoff, like flash flood.
Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to do
I mean,
noise
playoff
again.
creep is, you expand it by a couple of teams, this year, and then you wait like 7 or 8 or 9 years, and then it's a couple more teams, and then wait for a few more. This is literally going from 4 to 12 to 16. It's just like boom, boom, boom.
Sure.
Well, of course, the plan that has been getting most of the conversation that we talked about a little bit ago with Dan Wetzel is from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti, a.k.a. Manfred's boy. Because he worked for
your guy. He is a baseball man. Outside of Farron, I think baseball people have bad ideas.
Funny, he's a baseball man, yet he went to a conference that doesn't give a rip about baseball.
That is a great point.
But we'd been wondering, because after the SEC meetings, what was that, late April? Or it's early May?
Early May.
And how all of the momentum for the automatic qualifier proposal just got sapped out of the room, and the SEC said, you know what? This is a dumb idea. I like this idea better.
Crumpled it up, threw it in the trash can.
And a lot of people were against it.
Yeah, because they're smart.
And we even said as much. Hey, Big Ten, you're losing the PR battle here. Where are you? How come you're not out here defending this thing? How come you're not out here championing this thing? How come you're not in front of your own fans saying, hey, listen, if we get 4 automatic qualifiers, these are automatic bids that come to our conference team. So Iowa, you should be for this. Nebraska, you should be for this. Wisconsin, you should be for this because this is your chance to get in. Because if you get into the top 6, you can get into a quota bowl and you might get in the playoff.
It sounds amazing.
Yet they haven't done it.
No.
Until now. Finally, after weeks of having their plan drugged through the pig poop, which is probably where they got it from, Tony Petitti finally went on
a podcast.
A podcast.
Should have gone on a radio show on 1620 The Zone in Omaha.
He also picked a podcast that he knew was going to be very friendly to him.
Like we talked about going to break.
Joel Klatt podcast. Of course, Joel Klatt is the lead analyst on Fox, and he's actually one that likes this stupid idea. This is kind of like, Seth Davis going on Seth Davis's own podcast to champion his idea. Because literally Seth Davis is the only one that's talking about NCAA
Seth
tournament
Davis
expansion.
is going on a new podcast that just started called They Should Expand the Basketball Tournaments, and it's hosted by Seth Davis.
Well, here's part of what he had to say. Scott Docterman of The Athletic, he took the time to listen to this crap. I'm just going to read the quotes. He wants to reduce the role of the committee. That seems to be a very popular sentiment. Heck,
people hate the committee.
Even people in the SEC, they want to reduce the role of the committee. They want to incorporate, for the SEC, they want to incorporate more, math into the formula, which is ironic considering it's coming from the SEC.
They don't even know how to add.
But they want more measurable metrics.
Nice.
That can show off their strength of schedule superiority.
Even though, John, the committee awarded them a bid 2 years ago over an undefeated conference champion.
Meanwhile, Petitti's coming at it from the angle of, you know what? If we just had more of these automatic qualifiers, that's less for the committee to have to do. To which I repeat what I said when Dan Wetzel was on with us the last segment. You people put these folks on the committee. In fact, one of your own, Troy Dannon, is going to be a member of this committee. So I don't understand why all this hatred exists for the committee. It's almost like they need someone to blame besides themselves or maybe their football teams for losing too many games. Petiti said, quote, "The alternative to this system is expanding the field and giving the committee more to do. If you go to 16 and you have 11 at large, you've just added even more decision making." Editor's note. No, you're not, because they already rank the damn teams in the first place. It's not going to create more work. They already rank the teams.
Wow, John, I had never thought about that. You're right. It's not like we only get the top 12.
Right.
We get a whole top 25.
They give us a whole damn top 25, so literally they could do what they're doing now, and it's just now the cutoff line is here instead of here.
Also, I would say this too. Like, if you think they're doing a bad job, demand better. Don't like we're going to take away power. Ask them to do a better job with whatever metrics that you supposedly want in there.
Here's the funny thing about it. Who really thinks they did a bad job?
Why does the Big Ten think they did a bad job?
That's the part that's baffling to me is if anybody should be happy with the committee, it's the Big Ten. Indiana got into the playoff. I know they only lost one game, but they played a crap schedule.
Only lost one game, though.
They played a crap schedule, and yet the committee, maybe other committees wouldn't have. Maybe they would have given Alabama the benefit of the doubt or Ole Miss the benefit of the doubt because they are the SEC, but they didn't. They didn't.
Yeah, so why does he...
I don't understand why the Big Ten has a problem with the committee. The committee did what the Big Ten thought they should have done.
Unless you think it's that he's worried that in a few years the Big Ten will be worse and that they've just really had a great...
Oh, really?
See, now I don't think that this is the case. I don't think this is the case.
Oh, you mean the conference that has fewer national titles than the Big Eight does in the last 56 years?
Sure, but I don't think this is the case moving forward, just given the teams that they still have in the conference. They have a great group of teams at the top. You know, they're not trying to get 8 teams in the Big Ten or in the playoff in the Big Ten.
Well, I mean, if you look at it that way, Josh, we've talked about this before. The Big Ten has a good top.
Yeah, for sure.
They have a mid and a bad bottom.
Yeah, but who cares about the bottom?
Versus the SEC, who has a really good mid,
sure,
and a better bottom.
Yeah, but a slightly worse top.
And so if you move the line down and you say, hey, we're getting 4 bids and the top 6 are going to be in the quota bowls, then all of a sudden you're dipping into the mid, the mid.
Sure.
So maybe it's the Big Ten's way of acknowledging, yeah, we understand. Their conference is better top to bottom, so we need to lift up our middle section.
Well, what I thought was interesting was this is the first time on the record that you have heard somebody in a conference like this talk about the play-in games. He mentioned that yesterday to Joel Klatt, and that is a first time that we have seen that mentioned as a thing that could happen. And so, like, we're trying to figure out why did he do this? Why did he do this? I definitely think a big part of it is he wants more money from these bonus football games that they would suddenly have, which apparently would be played on
like Dan
campus.
said, I mean, really, if their plan went through, you'd be adding, and assuming that the SEC would also do play-in games, you would be adding 2 more teams in each conference, 2 more games
in each league.
And then if the ACC and the Big 12 also followed suit with play-in games for their 2 spots or whatever, I mean, now it's not a 16-team playoff.
No, it's like a 24-team playoff.
Correct.
Yeah,
it's a much bigger playoff, and the biggest difference is for those play-in games, those are games that are controlled exclusively by the Big Ten and the SEC, meaning they get to keep all that money to themselves.
Yeah.
And they know how lucrative that is.
Yeah, here's what he said. It's a way to normalize your conference schedule because it really is hard to sometimes tell the difference among our own teams. A lot of times they don't play each other. Yeah, obviously, because it's an 18-team conference and it's impossible to play everybody. He says, look at Ohio State last year. Ohio State lost 2 Big Ten conference games. Technically, they finished 4th in the conference at 7-2. By the end of the year, they were clearly the best team in the country. So I think it's an indication of it's hard to figure this stuff out during the course of the season. So in a way, John, there's also a bit of buyer's remorse of, well, our league is insanely huge. We have to figure out a better way to try to, his words, not mine. We have to figure out a better way to get teams into the playoff.
And then this was part of the argument that just, man.
Is this Joel's idea?
No.
We haven't gotten there
This
yet?
is still Petiti.
Okay.
But it's the notion that, well, if we do it our way, then all of our schools will go back to scheduling really good non-conference
Yeah, they'll keep saying that to us.
Quote, the goal is to play more non-conference games, says Petiti, because if you're qualifying for the CFP off your conference record and then a play-in game, the fact that you play a tough SEC or ACC or Big 12 team and maybe get beat on the road or whatever the result is, that might impact your seeding down the road, but it's not going to impact your access.
I mean, I hope he's right, because there would be 3 wildcard spots, too, if Notre Dame makes it in. But I know that teams would just start chasing wins. Teams would just start chasing wins.
No, what you would be chasing for is 6th place. Because if you finish in the top 6, you're in. And that's only dictated based on your conference record. And yeah, sure, maybe someone would schedule good in the non-conference. But if that game has very little meaning, or if it has no stakes, then it doesn't matter if you lose that game. And what happens if it doesn't matter if you lose that game? It means it turns into an exhibition game. Why would I risk my starting quarterback in a game that is not going to impact my playoff standing when I need that guy to beat Rutgers and Northwestern and Indiana?
Well, let me ask you this then. Why play non-conference games ever moving forward? What is the purpose of them?
Exactly.
It's not even because, Jordan Travis a couple years ago for Florida State, go look at the game he got hurt in. It wasn't Clemson.
Mm-mm.
It wasn't some non-conference game against LSU or something. No, it was like one of the FCS bye games in November.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the purpose of those games? If some games mean everything and other games mean very little, if anything, why would you play those other games anymore? Why not just do 12 conference games? Because at least every game matters suddenly for you in conference standings.
In no other sport do we separate these games, or we separate the meaning from these games. If you want to get in the NCAA tournament and you're Creighton, you want to beat UConn, and it would be really good on your resume. But if you lose that game to Houston Christian, that's going to bite.
Mm-hmm.
So every game has a matter. If we all of a sudden just say, you know what, we're just going to base these bids on what your conference record is, it'd be the first time in American sports that we would have a classification of games that are technically part of the regular season but have no bearing. If the Dallas Cowboys are battling with the Eagles for first place in the NFC East,
good one,
and the Cowboys lose a game to the Ravens, that hurts just as much as if they lose a game to the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, it might not mean everything in the division standings, but it still means something in the overall standings, which means something.
So this notion that, that means we'll just schedule better non-conference games. Yeah, because they have no stakes. And if they have no stakes, you would be an idiot as a coach. Matt Rule would be an idiot as a coach to risk Dylan Raiola in that game that doesn't mean anything towards a playoff.
Jordan says the only way teams are going to schedule good non-con games if they either get rewarded for playing them or punished for playing low-level teams. See, and here's the thing. The committee over the years, and this is where I would be critical of them because I actually don't have as many issues with the committee as a lot of people do. My issues are the consistency year to year.
Mm-hmm.
They do not follow the same ethos. You know why bracketologists are so good? Because there are rules. There are rules to what they do, and that is why you have guys who are able to get 100% of the teams or 99% of the teams because they know the rules, they know the structure, and every year they know how to do it. But college football year to year to year changes. Like, look, I think all the way back in year 1 of the 4-teamer, Baylor got punished. And look, there was a lot of weird crap that went into that, like the Big 12 not declaring them or TCU. They should have declared them the champs. They beat TCU, right? But they had a horrific non-conference. And in my opinion, they got punished for that, and they didn't make it to the college football playoff. But then other times, we see teams play nobody in the non-conference, and it doesn't really matter. I thought a couple years ago, one of the reasons that Alabama got in was because Texas got in, and Texas got in because they beat Alabama. That game mattered a ton. If Texas would have gone 11 or 12-1 with the Bama game being a different opponent, I bet they wouldn't have gotten in, and I bet Florida State would have gotten in. Now, who knows if I'm right or wrong, but they don't have consistency year to year with how they use their own formula that they created a handful of years ago.
And then the host of the Joel Klatt show, who ironically is named Joel Klatt, had a new idea.
Yes, this is quite the idea.
So he's changing the formula just a little bit. The Big Ten still gets their 4 auto bids. The SEC gets their 4. But now the ACC gets 2.5. And the Big 12 gets 2.5.
Nice.
The G5 gets 1. And then Notre Dame and at-large, they get 2 bids. And you're saying 2.5? What the hell is he talking about?
So it's interesting. So it'd be like the offensive Clemson and then the defensive Kansas State that would come and play the game together.
No, his idea is that we would take I guess it'd be the third place teams in the Big 12 and the ACC.
And they play each other.
And they would play each other in a play-in game.
Yep.
And then that team would advance.
John, in a way, I would say this is even more I'm trying to figure out the term. Like, this is even a bigger acknowledgement that those leagues are lesser. It's like, play for us. You need to prove yourself against each other.
Yes.
Like, in a way, it's worse than just doing the 4-4-2-2.
It is because
it's so wild. It's entertain us and we'll give you a spot in the playoff.
Yeah. You give us this and then maybe we'll give you this little bone.
Throw you a bone, yeah.
This is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is so ridiculous.
If you play that out from last year, that would be Miami and BYU looking at the standings.
All right, maybe I'll okay, that sounds pretty good.
No, this all sounds absolutely ridiculous. And Joel Klatt, you have just defaced your degree from the University of Colorado. Every graduate of the University of Colorado needs to burn their degree because you just defaced this with one of the dumbest ideas I have ever heard. And I like you, Joel. I like you.
Well, not anymore.
But this idea is dumb. This is so stupid. You should be ashamed for even bringing it to us.
Amazing Daniel tweets
you
in.
Dumbass!
The idea of a committee is
never trust a Buffalo.
I've been saying it for years. The idea of a committee is tough for many sports fans because when you think of that for any other level of the same sport, it sounds insane. I get it. The lack of uniformity causes it, but it's difficult to accept when the criteria is unclear. But there is no fix. There's no fix. So I'd say deal with it. We have to deal with a committee. That's a part of college football. It's a part of everything.
It's a part of all college sports.
Because it's too big.
The ultimate way to get rid of all of this
is what we don't want.
Is to call it a super league.
Correct. Yeah. Cut down the number of teams, go to a smaller group, have set guidelines. You have to finish top whatever, and you get in the playoff like the NFL.
But
so, I would just say we have to deal with this. It's college sport. Like, Dan, you're not wrong, but we deal with it. This is the existence we found.
But again,
this is why we like college football.
Who got left out last year? It was like, damn, that team should have been in.
I know, nobody.
Damn, Alabama that team should have been in. They could have won the whole thing.
Alabama was not going to win the championship. Ole Miss was not going to win the championship. Those teams were not going to win the championship.
People.
I know, it's all such an overreaction to the end of the line. And I've said it a bunch now the last 2-3 months. It makes me wish that Alabama would have made the playoff. Because if we could have skipped, and look, maybe Petiti comes up with this idea anyway because of how he views his own league. But if Alabama could have made it in, and we don't have to deal with this stuff, okay, I'll take that. I'll take 1 year of being annoyed over potential decades of being annoyed by something happening. So you like or don't like the idea from Joel?
I think it's the best. It's as good as remaking the perfect movie in The Running Man. In fact, it might even be a better idea.
Alan says, if this is what Joel Klatt thinks, what does the all-American girl Jenny Taft think? Gus is wondering.
Jenny, in the first production meeting next year, you just need to walk into the room and say, Joel, shut your damn mouth. Your idea is dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gus can go, ha ha.
Stibbs, I can't figure out if he's arguing with us or against us. He says, isn't that the point of the playoff, though? Boise wasn't going to win either, but it's about getting a shot. Yeah, for sure. But Boise, in my opinion, they earned it because they were the best of a particular set of teams, and for them it was a G5, and they got into the playoff. For the record, I don't want a 1-16. I don't want that. I want access to schools and parts of the country that probably won't win. But I like that. I like that about March Madness. I'm not somebody who gets upset that teams that are not the best make it into the playoff. Just like in the NFL, and for the most part, the 14 teams that make it are the 14 best teams in the playoff, right? But there are times where you're like, that team definitely doesn't belong in the playoff, but they won their crappy division.
Sure.
There are times where that happens.
Sure.
But it's fine with me because those are the rules and the parameters. But I also don't want half of the sport to get chopped off at the knees before you even start the game.
Well, yeah, that was my biggest argument. That's the only reason why I wanted to go past 4 in the first place. If it guaranteed access, at least a shot for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So that at the beginning of the season, we don't just cut everybody off at the halfway point and say, nope, you're done. You're out.
For sure.
Colorado State, you're out. San Diego State, you're out. Army, Navy, you're out.
Yeah.
You might still be out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But
the point ultimately is not people weren't mad that Alabama missed it because they thought that they could win. They wanted Alabama in because they're not Indiana and they're a brand.
Sure.
You know?
Sure.
They are, and we know that name. I know the name Alabama. They have really good players. That's why people were upset. Not because we thought that it was some injustice on a potential national championship.
It still boggles me why the Big Ten all of a sudden has an issue with the committee when the committee did exactly what the Big Ten thought they should have done.
Yeah, for sure.
Were they thinking Illinois should have been in too? Iowa?
That would have been a good question, not to tell to Scott what to ask. But I mean, I would say, like, what is your issue with the committee? I understand the SEC's issue with the committee for last year. I don't understand it broadly. I think the SEC has gotten very much rewarded by the committee over the years.
Of course they have.
But why is the Big Ten at this moment in time? What is it about the committee? And if it's about
but
future
this
concerns,
one thing happened several years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it was a 4-team playoff, and that was a different time.
Yeah.
Very different time.
Kenneth says, I just don't like the idea of the G5 only getting their top representative. Boise wins the conference in their end, but it seemed like JMU runs the table left out. Look, big JMU. I'm with you. We had Wetzel on earlier. He wrote a book 15 years ago called Death to the BCS.
Mm-hmm.
You know what his plan was? It was 16-team playoff where the top 10 conference champs made it, a.k.a. every conference champ. And then it was 6 wild cards. Now, look, I know why the powers that be wouldn't go for that, but you want a true representation of the sport where everybody, when they start camp in a month,
I'd sign on that.
Could say, we have a shot to win the title. They won't win it, but they have a shot.
I'd sign on that plan in a heartbeat.
I would too, but you know that everybody else would.
But they wouldn't do it. And then a lot of fans would say, but you don't want to see Ohio State play James Madison.
Exactly. People cried about Indiana.
You don't want to see Alabama play Liberty.
Yeah. But that would be, you want to have the best representation of college football. And 6 wild cards, that's a good number of wild cards. And sign me the F up.
And you know what that would mean? It would mean you better play a good non-conference schedule or you're going to have to run the table.
Correct. Yeah. Be a lot harder to pick who the playoff teams are going to be on a yearly basis.
But then the Big Ten wouldn't get its 4 teams in. The SEC wouldn't get its 5 teams in. And that's more money for us that we don't get. And it's all about money. Boom, 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 boom. Well, John, it's not all just about yelling and screaming.
Oh?
Well, I take that back because the super hot take market.
Oh, boy. Will I be yelling today?
The super hot take market is coming up. But then after that.
Sipple?
Well, not quite.
Oh.
Sipple is after that.
Oh, okay.
But after that, I think we'll call this the preseason.
Attaboy.
Fired up.
Say the words, John. Say the words. Fired up for football, baby. Say it.
16-20 the zone. It's time for the Super Hot Take Market. I didn't talk about this with Farron because I just didn't want to hear the stream of insults that I normally get when I talk about the Chicago National League Ball Club. But here's a hot take. The Cubs need a minimum of 3 moves to put themselves into position to win a World Series. They might be in first place right now, but their lead is slipping. The Cubs need a starting pitcher, a relief pitcher, and at least another bat. Whether it be a starting bat or, hell, just someone for the bench. Our bench is bad.
It sucks.
Very bad. It's a bad bench.
I notice it every time I watch them.
Thankfully, knock on whatever this thing is, wood, that we haven't suffered any major injuries yet, because if we did in the regular starting 9, we'd be in trouble. We'd be in big trouble because we got no bench. I mean, if we had Justin Turner from 10 years ago, great, but we don't. We have Justin Turner of today.
God, 10 years older, 10 years wiser, 10 years farter. Think of all the farts he's had in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Probably stinkier now.
So, yes, I think the Cubs need to make a minimum of 3 moves. I mean, it could all come in one. You could get a bench. You could get a couple of pitchers in a trade, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But they need at least a starter, a reliever, and another bat. That's a hot take, I believe.
Hot take, I believe. Matt Rule was talking about whoever you want him to be talking about. You want it to be about the media? Awesome. You want it to be about other teams? Great. You want it to be about the Big Ten Conference? Sure. Whoever he's going after is who he was going after. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter. But wow, it's given people a lot to talk about over the last 24 hours.
Well, we know it doesn't matter to him because he's already said he's comfortable in his skin. He'll say whatever he wants.
Think he'll get asked about it at Big Ten Media Days? Hey, Matt, you had a tweet a month ago. Could I ask you about that, please? Who was that about?
What are the odds that we're not going to hear again from Matt Rule in some interview before then?
He'll do a bonus interview before then?
Oh,
that'd be nice. What if that weird prayer lady asks him? Remember that lady?
Oh, that's right, the prayer lady.
So there was this thing in Waukesha. What about this tweet, though?
I bet he has another interview somewhere, whether it's a podcast or a radio show or with an interview or
Joey,
maybe it's
book him.
So, okay, I can buy that.
Okay.
Hot take. Louisiana is the crack wackiest football state in the union.
What happened?
Well, it doesn't really have to do as much about football directly, but in what other state in the union does a divorce go all the way to the Supreme Court?
Wait a second. What? Are you talking about friend of the Grum, Ed Orgeron?
Ed Orgeron.
Friend of the Grum.
Ed Orgeron was fired back in 2021.
Yes.
His joke at the time was, I think I'm going to have enough money to buy me a hamburger and every once in a while a double meat cheeseburger from Sonic.
Nice.
Well, that's because he got $17.1 million to leave because, they had a buyout to pay.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, now the former Mrs. Orgeron can now afford her own double meat cheeseburger. Last Friday, the Louisiana Supreme Court ruled that the former Mrs. Orgeron was owed half of Coach O's buyout. This was after 2 lower courts in the state ruled on Ed Orgeron's behalf.
Wow.
So she took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Now, why did it go this far and what was the issue?
Why did they take it?
Well, so Orgeron signed the contract that he was paid under.
The LSU contract.
On January 14th of 2020.
Okay.
He filed his petition to divorce a month later. So then the question became whether the binding term sheet was marital property or merely an agreement to agree. Because technically he signed a term sheet, not a contract.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court said, nope, that's a binding agreement.
Interesting. Did we just learn that term sheets are binding agreements?
Well, the Louisiana State Supreme Court said so, and now the former Mrs. Orgeron gets over $8 million.
Can it go to the actual Supreme Court? Can old Kavanaugh and...
They could.
Could it go that far, or is this done now?
I would think
he's got to pay half?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a lot.
A lot of money.
But, I mean, where else? But in Louisiana. I mean, can you imagine?
I can't imagine it happening here.
Imagine if.
What are you going to say?
Well, I mean, there was talks around that same time frame, 2020, 2021, when a coach around here.
What are you saying, John? I cannot imagine it going into the state Supreme Court here. Hot take I could be talked into. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? People are lamenting that NBA free agency is dying. I saw an article today.
Is this all because LeBron just decided to do his opt-in with the Lakers?
He wants his money.
He wants his money.
And I think we're talking about this. I think Joey has a question about this in content. So maybe I'll just kind of step all over the toes of my answer and you can get into it. But I feel like such an old right now because I'm like, you know what, John? Here's my hot take. Free agency dying is good for the product.
Really?
Too much focus has been on the offseason. Do you know why we watch sports? We watch them for the games. Aren't the games more fun than a tweet from Woj? I think so.
Yeah.
I like the games.
I would say.
Joey would say, talk about the games.
I don't like the off-season distractions taking place in the actual postseason itself.
If David Stern, God rest his soul, was still alive, you know what wouldn't have happened on the day of Game 7 of the NBA Finals? A trade. He would not have allowed such a thing to break because they got to focus on the games. Focus on the games. You know who also wouldn't allow that? Roger Goodell and the NFL. And that's why the NFL is the GOAT, because it's about the games. And when it's not about the games, it's okay to be about free agency. But it doesn't take over the whole damn world.
Good point.
Why? Because we like to watch football. We focus too much on everything but basketball in the NBA. It's time to focus on basketball again. Duncan says, we don't care about Woj tweets. We care about Sham's tweets. Yeah, Woj is retired. He's a general manager of a college team now. Either way, less tweets, more ball. That is the platform I will run on for president in 2028. Fewer tweets, more sports.
And
Josh
that
Peterson.
is the super hot take market.
What are you typing over there? You were being a little type boy.
I'm just working on a project.
You getting excited for Fired Up? Are you getting fired up for football? Is that what we're doing? We're getting fired up for football?
Just
what's happening?
Think about it.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm worried that it's going to be something dumb. Joe, do you know what's about to happen?
No, it will not be something dumb.
Okay.
I promise you it will not be something dumb. And Nebraska will be involved.
Okay.
And it involves our good friend, Kelly Ford.
K Ford. Okay.
So, yes, we're getting fired up for football.
Awesome.
Before Steve Sipple.
Awesome.
Next on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone teaming up with the Salvation Army and their annual 7-can back-to-school backpack program. This is an opportunity to give to the less fortunate kids who are going to go back to school and have to have school supplies, things like backpacks in themselves, erasers, writing utensils, folders, theme paper, hand sanitizer, anything that you would think would go into a kid's backpack. We're taking those donations. You can drop them off anytime now through the entire month of July at any Methodist health system location, Metro Credit Union location, Cubby's convenience stores, and Salvation Army locations. So let's help the kids and get them ready to go back to school. Wow. Of course, we wouldn't be talking about back to school if we weren't also getting ready for football season.
Awesome!
And with that, let's get fired up for football.
Oh.
Now there's no voice.
There's no voice.
Well, we haven't started it yet. So, but you get the music.
Yeah, I like the music.
I mean, we all remember this great music. Our friend Kelly Ford, K Ford Ratings, does his watchability index.
Hell yeah.
Well, we have his watchability index, the top 10 games of every week
oh my gosh,
of the regular season.
Joey, this is our kind of content,
This is
baby.
my thing.
And here it is.
Whoa.
And for those of you watching it on the stream at zonetv.live, our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone, if you'll notice,
I notice,
there are 7 Nebraska games that make the top 10 of each week.
Very nice.
Starting with week 1, August 30th. That's the games of Saturday, August the 30th. The Cincinnati game comes in at number 8.
Wow.
On the watchability index.
In honor of its kickoff time, 8 o'clock Central.
I hope people fall asleep during this game.
Why? Okay, first
because
of all,
they're too tired, because it's too late.
Why would anyone?
And then we
asleep.
miss it.
Yeah, why would they fall asleep?
That'd be funny if we fell asleep and then it's like, oh crap, we slept too late and we can't make it in time for overreaction.
I'm not worried about that.
We'll get to some of the other weeks, but I just wanted to point out where Nebraska was.
Yeah.
Week 4, which is September 20th, the Michigan game comes in at number 4. This is the highest rated, most watchable game. And you're wondering, how does the watchability index? It's based on where K Ford's rating is, where the teams are rated.
It's basically looking at how close the game expects to be and how good the teams are in the game.
Correct.
And so that's why, like week 1, Ohio State, Texas, it has a 10.0. It is a perfect score. Why? Because he expects it to be close, and it's going to involve 2 teams that are
highly
rated in his
teams.
top 5, probably. Yeah, exactly.
Moving to October the 4th, this one surprised me.
September 4th.
Michigan State.
Yeah, that surprises me too.
Now, some of this too is probably it's the weakest week, save for week 2 on the schedule this year in terms of competitive matchups based on K Ford's ratings. But yes, the Michigan State game comes in at number 8. Fast forwarding ahead to November the 1st, USC.
Oh, baby.
7th.
Ooh, look at that score. 9.1.
November the 8th, UCLA comes in at number 10.
Wow.
9:30 game.
November 22nd, Penn State comes in at number 10.
That kind of surprised me. I figured that'd be a little lower.
And November 29th, Iowa comes in at number 8. So that's where Nebraska ranks. But if you look at the rest of the weeks, as Josh mentioned, 10's a perfect score.
There's 2 10s.
If you look at just the games that are rated 9 or above.
You're talking about a 9.0 or above?
Correct. You've got 4 of those games in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
The others being LSU, Clemson, Notre Dame, Miami, Auburn, and Baylor.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
As I mentioned, week 2 is the weakest week because there's only one game in the 9s. It's Michigan and Oklahoma.
Which is a good game, but yeah. And that makes sense, right? Like week 2, non-conference, it's usually pretty.
And you even have some games that are in the 7s that make the top 10.
Yeah, that is, like you said, that is the worst week because the top 10, the number 10 game is 7.4, which is easily the lowest of any of the weeks.
The next week, September 13th, also isn't great, but it does have 3 games that are rated 9 or above: Georgia, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, and Florida, LSU.
And that's the Nebraska.
But you've also got some games that are in the 7s that made the top 10.
Yep.
Week 4, the week that Nebraska plays Michigan, you've got 6 games that rate 9 or above: Florida, Miami, Auburn, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Missouri, Michigan, Nebraska, SMU, TCU, and who would have ever thunk this game would be a watchable game? Illinois at Indiana.
Wow.
September 27th, we've got 7 games rated 9 or above, including one of the perfect scores, Alabama at Georgia. But look at the other games.
Oregon, Penn State.
Penn State, it just misses a perfect score.
Oh, my gosh.
LSU, Ole Miss, Auburn, A&M, SC at Illinois, Indiana at Iowa, TCU at Arizona State.
Wow. Oh, and Ohio State's going out to Washington. Interesting.
October 4th only has 2
September
games in the
4th.
9s.
Yeah.
Texas, Florida, Kansas State, Baylor. October 11th, 7 more games in the 9s.
Including Red River Shootout, which is all the way down at number 6.
Correct.
Because Oklahoma sucks.
But look at October the 18th. All 10 games in the top 10 are rated 9 or above. The games that week are Oklahoma, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Georgia, Missouri, Auburn, Louisville, Miami, A&M, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, SMU, Clemson, Southern California, almost said South Carolina, USC, Notre Dame, Texas Tech, Arizona State, Penn State at Iowa.
Wow, what a week.
October 25th, 4 games in the 9s, including a near-perfect score for Alabama at South Carolina.
It seems, as I am looking at this graphic, that K Ford very much likes South Carolina this year because their games are often ranked very, very highly.
November 1st, another perfect score, Penn State, Ohio State. But you also have South Carolina, Ole Miss, Oklahoma at Tennessee, Miami at SMU, Georgia at Florida, Texas Tech, Kansas State, and Nebraska, USC is the 7th game rated in the 9s. November the 8th, LSU, Alabama, A&M at Missouri, Oregon at Iowa, and
is wild.
Florida at Kentucky, all rate in the 9s. November 15th.
Another perfect 10.
Texas at Georgia, Florida at Ole Miss, South Carolina A&M, Clemson, Louisville, Iowa at USC.
Nice.
November 22nd, 5 games in the 9s, led by Tennessee at Florida. And
how about that game being in November?
Yeah.
That's like got to be the first time it's that late in the season since the 9/11 cancel.
I can't remember the last time.
Because that one was played in December.
And then November 29th, 7 more games in the 9s. Nebraska, Iowa just missed out.
Yeah.
But you've got Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, South Carolina, LSU at Oklahoma, Alabama, Auburn, Iron Bowl, A&M, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oregon at Washington.
Wow. Aren't you excited? I'm pumped. Joey, how you feeling?
It's the next month.
Yeah, we're
It's gonna
feeling.
look good on my 2 large flat screen TVs in the living room.
It's going to look good on my 3 large flat screens in the basement. John, where will it look good for you? On your laptop or your phone? Because you'll be washing your stupid car.
Which day are we talking about?
Any of the days. You're not going to be
we
watching
got baseball
these games.
through October.
You got to go to
maybe
the
early
store,
November.
buy some ham.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Also, he put up his home watchability scores.
So is this best
These are
games
all
at home
regular season games.
Ooh, I bet Nebraska's fairly high, right? Because they got
USC.
They got USC. They have Iowa.
Where would you guess is Nebraska's ranking among all 136 Division I schools in home watchability?
And they did have Michigan State. That game is
That's
in
Lincoln,
at home as well. I bet it's going to be a good. Like, is this a 1 through blank? What is this? This home is this a ranking of team by team by team?
Yeah.
Top 25.
I would say 30.
44th.
Oh, we're idiots, Joey.
It's closer.
44th.
You were closer. Good
The
call.
best home watchability scores belong to Iowa State, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, South Carolina, and Oregon.
Interesting. Iowa State, number 1. Clones.
And those poor people who are UMass fans or Kent State fans.
Well, yeah, they're UMass or Kent State fans.
They're last in home watchability.
Well, that's a bummer.
Even Delaware, Missouri State beats them.
So there you go, Josh. I hope you're happy.
I am in a great mood. It's July 1st. Football, college football starts next month. The NFL starts this month, as Joey keeps reminding us.
It does not start this month. It's
almost
just training
there.
camp. It's
John,
just training camp.
Tomorrow,
It's practice. It's just practice. You're going to be excited for practice?
Yeah. There are articles.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. They're quotes. They're articles. They're things. I know people who go to practice. I hear inside information.
Got the CTE.
No, it's not CTE, John. It's called.
That's bad for you.
It's called excitement, happiness,
Your
joy.
drawers smell
You should
like
try
pee
it, John. You should try
'cause of
joy.
CTE.
You should try joy sometime.
I do have joy.
About what?
Oh, we're watching a great baseball game. Oh, and the Blue Jays just took the lead on the Yankees. Go Blue Jays, who are for some reason wearing red today.
Yeah, they're the
'Cause
red
It's Canada
Jays.
Day.
Oh, that's right. It's Canada
Oh,
Day.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Here's some poutine and some jelly donuts for you.
I can't.
Poutine's delicious.
I know.
Can't believe
So
you're
are
not.
jelly donuts.
You're not a happy person. This is.
I
so
am.
good.
I'm happy that the Blue Jays are leading the Yankees.
But I'm happy that football will be here before we know it.
And then it'll be over before we know
But then we'll be counting down to another season before we know it.
But first, we'll be counting down to the NFL schedule.
To the
prediction.
schedule release and Joey's Google Doc and large file. 300 pages of madness.
like goober dog.
No, Joey, don't listen to John.
Oh.
I think you do great work. Jeff texts in football, folks. Exactly. Thank you,
That's
Jeff.
what we are here for.
Alex and Lincoln says John has joy deep down in his heart. I've got the joy down in my heart.
I do.
Down in my heart.
It's almost the 4th of
Down
July,
in my
America's
heart.
greatest holiday, America's only official birthday, despite what the communists will tell you.
Greatest holiday, my ass. You know what Thanksgiving doesn't have? Fireworks.
Oh,
And it
that's
has
right.
football.
You want to bet? Every time Nebraska wins, we have a neighbor that blows
on
off.
Thanksgiving?
Well, if they win on Thanksgiving, he'll blow off a firework.
They don't play on Thanksgiving anymore, John. It's not 1971 anymore.
Yeah, it's
Those
too bad.
days are
Too bad it
over.
wasn't.
Those days are
Did you
long
know the 71
gone.
season didn't start until the middle of September?
God, that would be stupid.
Because we really respected our seasons back in the year of our Lord,
I don't
1971.
miss 1971. Not one
Thank
bit.
goodness it starts next month and not in 2 months.
Thank you, Joey. Excellent point, as usual.
Well, I'm sure some more excellent points coming up from our next guest,
Let's do
Stephen M. Sipple, next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Steve Sipple.
Oh,
You
baby.
know, I should have put the pieces together earlier.
What?
Of course Matt Rule was directing his ire at Sip when he tweeted last night about all the negativity and stuff. That's why he did it.
Damn it, Sip.
Sip, why did you have to make Matt Rule angry?
I badly misread that whole thing. What was your guys' take on that?
I don't know where the target was. I don't think it was towards media. Maybe it's if I had to fathom a guess, I would think maybe it's something to do about recruiting or negative recruiting. I don't know.
Or is it about, Sean Callahan, he thought it misread the situation completely and thinks it's about, anybody like that has griped about players getting paid,
Oh, okay. Because I mean, I think there is something to the timing of it being last night.
End of June?
Yeah.
I misread it completely.
Well, to be fair to you, you don't know if you misread it because we don't know what it was about.
Good point. Good point, Josh. I guess I'm going off what Sean said. But
Well, I mean, he is your boss. You have to respect him.
That's true. Yeah.
God dang, I hate to hear it put like that, but I guess.
Great call again, boss. I bow down to you.
No, it's actually about how Popeye's chicken really isn't that good.
Hey, he would never say such a
That's
thing.
probably true. It was. I do think maybe there is something to that. Certainly possible, because of all the coaches, and you couldn't do a bigger 180, or at least perceptively a bigger 180 between attitude towards, how players are getting paid now than what we did have before. I mean, Frost seemed kind of frosty, pardon the pun.
And now Rule seems kind of ruly.
Well, and Rule seems very open to this and loves it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, I think so. I think you don't have a choice in his shoes.
That's true.
I really don't think. I haven't heard a head coach anywhere voice disapproval, because it would just be a horrible look. I think behind, off the record type comments, I've heard some, that the game's not in a good spot. You'll hear that. You'll hear talk. I still hear coaches every now and then saying, I know guys are doing all they can to get out, stuff like that. Get to the NFL, get out. So there's still that kind of talk, but I don't know. Rule, as you guys know, you follow it very closely. He's proactive.
Mm-hmm.
He's open-minded. He tries hard to understand it. I think in terms of, not all head coaches are good at that.
Mm-hmm.
Big picture type stuff. and I think he throws himself into it, and I think that really helps the enterprise.
Sip, I want to ask you about something you said on the Connor Happer show last week.
Wow. Okay.
Because you mentioned, and I'm not famously, everybody knows I'm not a big TV ratings guy, but you told him that you will be watching the ratings this season, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the way I understood it is almost to see if it matches up with maybe the lack of enthusiasm of the people in your life as it pertains to college football. This isn't my main question, but was I understanding you right in what you said?
Exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because I've heard this from fans for the last, I don't know, really 5 years. I would say it's ramped up. And yet, like, season by season, the ratings, they keep going up in college football. Like, if there's not like some drop off, does that tell you anything? Because I have long maintained that people say they're going to stop watching in June because they're annoyed, but then the games return and everybody is hunky-dory again because we love football.
Oh, I think that, yeah. I mean, I think there's, what I said is because of that negativity you hear from people anecdotally,
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay attention to the ratings and attendance more than ever. And the other reason you have to pay attention to it is because that, drops, significant drops, appreciable drops in attendance and or ratings, that would get the leaders' attention, whoever you deem to be the leaders. That would be one thing that would snap them to attention. Because I perceive an arrogance among a lot of, like, Sankey just seems like he operates as if, and he's probably in a region, the Southeast, where he's probably in a safest spot in the world in terms of football popularity.
Yes, absolutely. No question.
Yeah, so but not everywhere's like that. So yeah, Josh, the bottom line is I think you got to watch it more closely than ever. And what I've said in the last year is this popularity discussion and the misgivings people have with the transfer portal and the pre-transfer rule and all of it, the sort of the wild nature of it, which is getting better. But all of that is not, it doesn't mean that it's going to just drop off suddenly. I don't think that's what we'd see. I don't think there'll be a where it just becomes unpopular overnight. I don't think that's realistic.
No.
But you might, this is what I mean. You got to pay pretty close attention to it, because I don't think the numbers would be down dramatically necessarily, but if they're down, they're down. And if they're down next year, you just got to keep watching it. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be this sudden sort of drop that gets everybody's attention, but I don't necessarily anticipate that.
But what if there's not? Like, are we going to do this thing a year from now and say, like, well, I guess we got to keep paying attention?
Yes, I think you do. And hope that. Now, what I would tell you is the House settlement to me brought progress. It's still wild out there, though. I mean,
oh sure,
but it brought some semblance of, I think, what I would say, structure, and I think it's the picture got a little more appealing. But I just think there's still schools that are going to push it. They're going to push everything, like just the way I think some schools have approached recruiting in this cycle, by front loading, and I hesitate to go down this road because a lot of it's very insider nature and nuance, insider by nature and nuance. But a lot of people have front loaded the money,
yes,
before July 1 came, and then there's all kinds of strange things out there that you hear, like teams that will take out massive, like I heard of a team today that took out a massive loan, and they had somebody stake the loan, and And it just, the way it's sold to people is, well, it's, it's better than, or it's probably it probably makes more financial sense than buying out the coach. So you're getting all these kind of weird, these strange discussions that make sense, but we've never really had them, that we're going to take out a loan to pay the players so we don't have to pay the massive buyout of the sitting coach and then pay the new one. So it makes more financial sense just to not fire him and try to make it work with players. So you're hearing stuff like that. That's what I mean. It's still wild. And is that unappealing? I don't know. I don't know if it's unappealing. You know how it goes. When the games start, they start. And it's crazy good. When Texas plays Ohio State, we're not gonna be worried about how guys are getting paid.
Nope.
Right? We're not. And I'm not even suggesting that the way it's happening now is thoroughly unappealing. It's just imperfect.
Steve Sipple joining us from Husker Online. The ratings are important to watch because, let's face it, that's what's dictating all of these decisions. And I'm not talking paying players now. I'm talking about conference realignment. I'm talking about which teams survive and which teams don't. That's why, to me, the TV ratings have never been more important, because that's literally driving the decision as to which schools get to go to which conferences. And I think when it comes to, I agree with you. I don't think we're going to see a drop off. It'd be shocking if it happened because of, paying the players or some of the nonsense that's going on behind the scenes. To me, where it's really going to be interesting to watch is if we do get to that point where we start cutting teams and we start drifting more towards the Super League and conferences start dropping off. That's what will be the real interesting story, because, for example, if Iowa State is no longer a part of the biggest league in college football, how many Iowa State fans are still going to watch the biggest league in college football? That's where I think the rubber's going to meet the road on all of this.
Right. So the conversation is going to continue to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that, when you use Iowa State as an example, I think of Nebraska men's basketball. That it's almost like they're playing in a different league within the league, and how appealing is it? If you're really not, and I bring this up because I've been fixated on it. I have to adjust the way I assess Fred, because he's in an unfair situation. He's in a patently unfair situation now. That there's no way you can expect him to compete on even terms with Purdue, Indiana, Michigan State, the top of the Big Ten, where teams are paying a lot more money than Nebraska has available. So why do I bring that up? How's it correlate at all? Here's how it correlates. My interest in Nebraska basketball will never be lower than it is now, because it's not. What are you covering? You're just covering a team that's kind of hoping to squeeze out something, but not really a championship contender, because they can't be, because they're not allowed to be. I guess what I'm suggesting is they're not really allowed to be. And so what are we doing? And that, to me, is what you're kind of talking about with Iowa State. Iowa State's really not allowed to be in the same conversation with Ohio State, Michigan, and et cetera. Nebraska. They're not allowed to be. The structure of the sport doesn't allow for it.
Sip, less big picture, more localized. I wanted to read a quote that Dana Holgerson gave to you recently that you included in your weekend column. He said, "When I got here, Dylan was hitting the freshman wall a little bit. So much was asked of him. Remember, it was year one for Dylan in the Big Ten with the rugged schedule. It really caught up to him. He was a little overwhelmed, and we had to take a deep breath and give him the confidence to be able to get through the season, and we did that successfully." How much confidence do you think Holgerson has, that Matt Rule has, that the entire operation has in him not only being able to make it through this next season without hitting a quote-unquote wall, but also take a step forward, whatever that looks like, yardage-wise, statistical-wise, and wins and losses-wise?
I don't know how to answer it. I think my perception is there's confidence. Dana always speaks highly of Dylan's work ethic and knowledge of the game, which is off the charts. That's the way he portrays it, and that's the way it is. I think a lot of that, though, Josh, is that discussion we've had here for years now. We're really Adrian Martinez years. Really, I thought was heightened. What's around him?
Mm-hmm.
I think, and what Dana said, and it's not. Come on, I mean, a lot of this stuff is just common sense. But when a coach says it, an offensive coordinator, especially one who's as respected as Dana Holgorsen, when he says, look, the two most important things are the quarterback and what's in front of him. Now, when he says something like that, I snap to attention because that's what I want to hear, I guess. But it's the leader of the offense sort of talking about the way he regards things, and then when you take it to the level of how are they? Well, I think we all agree Dylan's got talent, and I think they are pretty good up front now. I think, and what he's talking about, Holgorsen, is depth mainly, but that they're pretty good. They should be fine. I think they have gifted receivers and tight ends, but it's an imperfect puzzle in my mind because I still don't think they have what they need at running back. I think Emmett's fine, and we have this discussion all the time. Emmett's fine. Everybody else is unproven, and they don't. I mean, I was telling somebody today, and this is going to sound a little rough, but I would say I raised his name because somebody was talking about the late Darren Diedrich to me today. If they had Darren Diedrich in that backfield, he'd look like Ricky Williams right now. I mean,
yeah.
And he was viewed at the time as like, oh my gosh, a huge step back in Darren Diedrich.
Sure.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I hope people, I mean, all I can do is be honest, and sometimes it's brutal honesty, but that's a fact, boys. I mean, if it was Diedrich, he ran for 1,400 yards, I believe. I think Diedrich he definitely had a 1,100 yard year.
Yeah, I think you're right. I want to say he almost got to 16.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Now, you double check that, but
yeah, Josh is looking it up right now.
I mean, he'd be the man. I will tell you that right now. I mean, he'd be the dude. He'd be the dude. So, but I do like what's around. I do like what's around Dylan. I think it's improved, but the main thing is what he has in front of him, no doubt about it. And really, the center, I feel really comfortable with. I think they've made a good move with Evans.
I don't even remember how to spell Darren.
It was D-A-H.
D-A-H.
R-R-A-N. It almost looked like Deron Diedrich.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yep. Okay. Because I typed it in and it was like, did you mean Diedrich Mills? And it's like, no, I didn't mean that. Okay, he had SIP in 01, 1,299 rushing yards on 5.6 yards per carry. He had 15 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That year.
5.6.
Yeah.
5.6 is the number because a lot of people are just going to say, well, of course he had a lot more yards. They ran more now, but 5.6.
And he only played 11 games that year, by the way. He averaged 118.1 yards per game.
Yeah, but, by the way, that 5.6, today we'd be like, oh, my God, 5.6,
yeah,
that's great.
For that
Back
era.
then, it was like,
just 5.6 yards a carry? Yeah. But he followed an insane stretch of running backs.
Yes, he did. And he was also, the greatest running quarterback Nebraska's ever had.
Oh, yeah.
Was behind the center.
Who also had
who had 60. I think he was the one who had 1,600, right?
No, well, the next year, Jamal Lord had a ton.
Right, but didn't Crouch also Heisman year?
Did he have that many rushing yards?
Maybe I'm missing.
He had 1,100.
Oh, 1,100.
18 touchdowns.
Wow, the Heisman Trophy winner didn't even lead his team in rushing.
Sad. Yeah, give it to Darren.
Mm-hmm. Sip, I'm going to ask you a question. It's a modified version of a question that I'm going to ask on Thursday's show, our Topic Alert show.
Yeah.
This is a modified version. So, Josh, this isn't the exact same question we're going to talk about. But
all right.
What sport outside of volleyball is the most likely to win Nebraska's next national championship?
Ooh, okay, hold on. This is a fun one. That's a fun one.
So, what outside of volleyball, what Nebraska sport, what Husker sport is most likely to win the next Nebraska national championship?
Well, I think you have to say wrestling.
I was wondering if you were going to go with that.
Well, I think you have to with 7 All-Americans in the lineup. And now the pushback's going to be, no, Penn State is a monster that can't.
Penn State is so good.
I know, I get that. But I think Nebraska's, okay, it's past Iowa, or did last year. Past Iowa last year, both the conference meet pretty easily, I think, and the national meet easily. So it's set its sights on Penn State. I think it's Penn, I mean, I don't know exactly, well, I don't have to know exactly what Penn State has back. I know enough that they're loaded again. They're loaded. I mean, they're more loaded than Nebraska. But I think that's the answer.
People are saying bowling, Sip. Jordan says bowling, Tony.
Yeah,
Mike says bowling, easy answer.
Paul Klempa has always pushing them towards that top. Yeah, bowling might be has an easier path. There's no Penn State there, so yeah, probably women's bowling. Just say with that on the women's side, I'd say bowling. On the men's side,
say wrestling.
Right. Yeah, they just finished second.
Sip, if Nebraska wrestling were to win the national championship this winter, we need to make sure that Josh is there for the championship celebration. We're going to do the show from Devaney. I'm assuming they'll do a championship celebration.
You'll be busy. You got Creighton crap to deal with. Sorry.
No, we need to do this. We need to do this for you. I know. And we need to bring Stibbs with us to be on-site producer.
Wow.
Because I don't know of two bigger college wrestling fans than you and Stibbs.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, come on. This would be the first non-football men's national championship since gymnastics.
Wow.
It's like 40 years.
It would be epic too.
Epic?
Josh, I mean, I think though, the Nebraska wrestling team? I think it gets Iowa at home.
Wow.
This year.
Josh, you would know
that
this.
That'll be a monstrous crowd.
Maybe you know what? Let's just go to that match instead.
Do you want to do a show on the road?
From Devaney. I'm assuming it's a weeknight, of course. You know, you're going to be missing out on all these Big Red overreactions allegedly because you're traveling.
I'll be traveling.
We'll make up for it with Big Red Wrestling Overreaction hosted by Josh Peterson.
We don't have the wrestling conference schedule yet, Sipple, so sadly we can't schedule
Joey,
it.
I want you to start working on the mocks for the Nebraska wrestling schedule and have that to me by the end of the week.
Will do.
It's going to be a thing. I mean,
Are you going?
I will cover some.
Nice answer.
I can keep covering Iowa.
Judging by your comments earlier on basketball, I think you'll probably be seen at more wrestling meets than basketball games. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I'm sure that's an unpopular take, but it's reality based.
Hard to argue.
Sip, have a great 4th of July. Don't blow off all the fireworks. Save a few back for when the wrestling team wins the national championship.
All right. Yeah, I got a big packet called Aerial Domination, so I'll keep some of that back.
Good idea.
Perfect. Bye, Sipple.
Perfect. See you later. Bye.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com.
Wow, wrestling. This is just so cool.
Well, looking at the past conference schedules from the last few years, it's either Friday or Sunday. The Iowa's been on Fridays. So there
you go, Josh.
Wow. One beer Friday.
One beer Friday from the Devaney Center. They'll be selling beer now.
What day was this, Joey?
Last year was February 7th.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Last season was February 7th.
I do like one beer Fridays. I do. I don't like wrestling.
Nothing goes better with wrestling than beer.
What?
Well, sure, all the time.
Because you need
Stone Cold. Yeah. He'd go in there and he'd smash the two beers together and they'd throw another beer and he'd smash them together.
That's an excellent reference. Wow. Well, I'm happy for Sipple and I'm happy for all the wrestling fans out there.
Well, they haven't won it yet, Josh.
Oh, well, it'd be a real shame if they didn't then.
Wow, are you rooting against them?
No, I said it'd be a real shame if they didn't.
Well,
what do you mean?
It was your tone.
Well, here's the thing. Good thing that we don't have a particular someone as the athletic director.
Oh, because Trev can't. Oh, can we bring him back? Trev, you have one more. Trev, you need to do one final job for us here in Nebraska.
Unbelievable.
Trev, make it happen.
Unbelievable.
This message will self-destruct.
That would be. Can you imagine if Trevor's still here and Nebraska wrestling won a national championship? How many people would be going, "Oh, they don't cancel the program now"?
He'll be so triggered. It'd be so funny. Adam texts in. He says softball should be in the conversation.
Dad, no one talked about softball.
Don't forget about Jordy Ball.
She's back.
All right, so I'm curious now what you'll be asking on Thursday.
Well,
I'm excited.
That'll be coming up for Topic Alert on Thursday.
Get in your topic alerts with the hashtag Topic Alert or the subject line in the Equitable Bank inbox of
Topic Alert.
Thank you.
1620 The Zone. Well, we're going back to Vegas.
We are?
Well, I am. I don't know about you.
Me too. I'll be there next month.
Oh,
Maybe.
next month. But what about
next-
in November, Joey?
Yeah.
Well, someone's got to work the games.
That's true.
Joey will do a great job.
Thank goodness.
Joe, it'd be
they're early.
like you're there because you'll be on the receiving end of our broadcast from Las Vegas.
That is true.
Awesome.
The first 2 days of the Players Era schedule came out today. I mean, Josh, you'll be happy to know that the games will be in the afternoon, so you'll work less.
No.
Yeah, I know.
You
you're
can
really
co-host with Connor Happer.
Honestly, Joey, it wouldn't surprise me if we end up doing something like that. The thing that sucks about it, I'm kind of serious here. It's a short week. I don't get a chance to get as many takes out. It's a big week. What if Nebraska was 10-1?
Well, then I don't know.
Guess I'll have to do a podcast.
You've got like 17 of those. I'm sure you can find places to get in your.
They're doing you a
bad
favor,
takes.
Josh, because the Cowboys are hosting the Chiefs on Thanksgiving, so they give you.
Oh, that's right.
Give you
You're
a chance to think
you're
about
gonna
what's about to happen.
Thanks,
murdered,
Joey. I
crushed.
appreciate it. Yeah,
But-
so they're and how about the fact that they're playing Iowa State, and that's the first one, or is that the second game?
That's the second game.
one.
That's the Tuesday game.
And that's an exhibition. Is this one of the secret closed scrimmages that they're
That's
doing?
usually the secret close.
Are they going to
scrimmage.
cancel it then? Why would they?
No,
You don't think so?
no, probably not.
What if they did? I mean, it's just kind of weird that they're going to play twice in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But Baylor on Monday, November 24th, 1 p.m. Omaha time, and then Tuesday, November 25th, Iowa State at 1:30 Omaha time. And then wherever they would play, either Wednesday or Thursday, would be determined by how they do in those first two games.
I find it weird seeing both Creighton and St. John's playing those two teams between the first 2 days, looking at the schedule.
They are. Yes, you're right. St. John's is playing Iowa State on the first day, and then Baylor the second day.
Little Big East, Big 12.
Listen to the
challenge.
teams that they have invited.
And remember, this one is now massive.
Yeah, it's 16 teams. Tennessee. Now, the Rutgers is there, but they no longer have the
Do they have Ace Bailey?
Not anymore.
Bummer.
Kansas, Notre Dame. We mentioned St. John's. Houston, Syracuse. Oregon was there last year. They're back. Auburn,
Oh, wow.
Gonzaga,
Oh, wow.
Michigan,
Michigan.
San Diego State.
Oh, God. Creighton hates playing San Diego State.
Yes, we do.
Especially in tournaments like this.
Yes.
At Christmas or Thanksgiving
Yes.
time. No, thank you. Creighton lose good by 30.
Maryland, UNLV. I mean, they're all heavy hitters or all have basketball pedigree in their past, even if they're not as good as they used to be. It's a lot of stuff, man.
It's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah. And so these, we do not know where the games will be played because the times overlap. It's a lot of...
Yeah, they're going to use 2 arenas.
Yeah,
There's
so they'll
the-
have the one from last year and then a new
they'll
arena.
have the MGM Grand Arena, and then they're using the Michelob Ultra Arena, which is adjacent to the Mandalay Bay. That's where the Jays played BYU and Arizona State a few years ago.
So if they...
in the Jack Jones Classic.
If I understand it right, John, if they go 1-1, they would play in the consolation game potentially on Wednesday at 6:00 Omaha time. If they go undefeated, they play in the championship game at 8:30 Omaha time on the Wednesday. If they go 0-2, then you're going to be stuck there for a little longer, and they're playing on like Thanksgiving or the Friday or whatever it is.
Thanksgiving,
Yeah. So.
Oh, no. Hopefully,
yeah,
it's a late night game.
Hopefully, it's a late.
Oh,
night
dear
game.
God, no.
Do the Packers play on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, they play the Lions.
Oh, yeah.
Noon kickoff, though.
Yeah, I think you're fine, Joey. At least, I mean, they wouldn't certainly start that early. Though, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong.
And by
What's
the
up?
way,
What's up?
did you see this yesterday?
Did I hear about this?
Bruce Pearl. He's the coach of the Auburn Tigers.
I am very concerned wherever this sentence is going next. Judging by the thumbnail, it looks like television news. Yep. That dude.
He was a guest.
That dude.
He was a guest on the Fox News Channel. I think this is Brian Kilmeade, one of the morning guys. He's got his own show.
Oh, it's like a side gig.
Yeah, it's like a side gig.
Is this on the app? Is this on the Fox app?
I don't know, but
Bruce Pearl has started wading very much into the political
yes,
waters.
he has.
lately.
He has. And it's just we got a screenshot here. It's a 2-shot.
Mm.
And the super underneath, Bruce Pearl calls out Iran's supreme leader. It's like, wow, Auburn's really going interesting with their non-con schedule this year.
Isn't it
They're
nice?
going to play Iran.
Isn't it nice that none of Nebraska's coaches are wading into any of
Whew.
these types of political waters?
Whew.
Now, this is a picture. There's no credit given on this photo. Normally, John, you give credit to wherever the photo. Does this mean it came from your camera when you were watching the? Brian
No, I
Kilmeade
was
show?
not watching
okay.
it. I was not watching it. I forgot to put credit on there. It was just some screenshot from someone on the For You tab, a fine tab, one of the best tabs, a very nice tab.
Imagine that. I wonder what Auburn thinks.
Can you imagine? Yeah, can you imagine
logo
if this would have been Fred Hoiberg calls out Iran's supreme leader?
Oh man, I literally cannot. But that's the thing. I can imagine.
Rhonda Revelle calls out Iran's supreme leader.
Well, maybe
Mark Kingston calls out Iran's supreme leader.
Yeah.
No, Bruce Pearl, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed he's been tweeting a lot.
Oh yeah, he has many takes.
You know, it's not the first time that someone affiliated with the Auburn athletic department has waded into the political waters and then eventually got elected.
Oh God! Oh no!
Maybe he's following in the footsteps of
Tubbs,
of our good friend Tommy Tuberville,
banging the groove,
banging the groove, baby.
Another senator.
I hope Bruce Pearl has a brother that is talented and can play music. We can get some cool. They would get some cool music out of it. Jordan points out, but would they play in Uzbekistan like Scott Frost? Yeah, Scott, that's about the last time any Nebraska coach waded into international waters when Scott Frost did the whole we'd play him in Uzbekistan.
Correct. And then they actually voted against playing in a bowl game that year. So they would play Uzbekistan, but not in Charlotte.
Right.
Yeah. It was an interesting end of the 2020
Well, a couple years later, they kicked the onside kick in the Ireland game.
Yeah. That almost created an international incident.
It did.
Tony claims there is a rumor he may run.
Of course. I know there's rumors or maybe innuendo that Nick Saban could perhaps be having a dance with the Senate.
You think he wouldn't?
Well, people are asking.
I mean, the ESPN gig pays better.
It does, and it's less stressful.
And it's a lot less stressful.
And you work a lot less.
I mean, sure.
Those senators do get a lot of time off.
Instead of dealing with AOC, you got to deal with Desmond Howard.
She's in the House. She's not in the Senate.
Well, but they're both in Washington.
Oh, okay. I see.
You got to deal with Desmond.
Alex and Lincoln says maybe that's what Rule's tweet was about. Iran.
That's what it was.
Do we still have it in the system?
They are haters and losers, of which there are many.
So let's read this again. Too many people have profited financially off of negativity and despair.
It could be Iran.
I knew.
Maybe this is Matt Rule's more subtle way of being Bruce Pearl.
He's like, I'm not going to go on Kilmeade's show, but I'll tweet about it.
But maybe he'll show up on, what's her name? Laura Ingram. He'll show up on Laura Ingram.
When she was doing a radio show from our station.
Oh, and remember how they blacked out the wall, the windows so we couldn't look in?
Laura Ingram came here and did a show, and they put newspapers everywhere. We weren't allowed to.
And we had to sit in very quietly. We couldn't talk out in the bullpen.
Be quiet, because Laura Ingram's going to say something bad about Obama. Yeah, it was a weird time.
It was a weird time.
Nobody here cared.
And we never saw her.
I didn't care. Who cares?
Yeah.
They don't realize how important you two guys are.
Thank you, Joey, for acknowledging it. Your words, not
that
ours.
was the one time that the Hispanic station wasn't playing their music overly loud. Remember back in those days?
I do.
When they would crank up the music in there.
Turn it up!
Oh,
and then
my God.
it was whatever
and
Fun
every
Music Friday
song
on...
had gunshots in it. I never understood that.
Power would turn up their music really loud. That's when I started working from home.
All right, coming up, we got some content.
Nice. Have you sent content?
No, but
all right. Just want to make sure that Joey has it.
Nick hasn't sent content.
Nick,
yet.
come on.
Where are you, Nick?
We got an update on Bubba, jealousy, and
jealousy,
and Saquon Barkley.
Okay,
all coming up in content. 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right. Joey.
Yes, John?
Sup?
Well, folks, Brett McMurphy's first bowl projection since his On3 move is here, and he has Nebraska playing in the Las Vegas Bowl against Big Ten counterpart Washington. What the hell?
Yeah, this would really suck. Now, Nebraska doesn't play Washington this year, so it would be a first matchup, but you're wondering, how is this possible? Well,
How is this possible?
Remember, when the Pac-12 dissolved, the original Pac-12, their existing bowl conference contact stayed. And so, yes, there is for Washington, Oregon, UCLA, and USC, some of those Pac-12 slots can still be utilized by bowl games that had Pac-12 affiliation. That's one of these bowls, the Las Vegas Bowl, so that's how it's possible.
And that's why last year, do you remember how we saw Colorado versus BYU?
Yep.
Because Colorado is a former Pac-12 school, and
correct,
and so they were able to play. Now that said, this game is a New Year's Eve game in the early part. What are you doing? Stop yawning.
No,
it's in the afternoon, so don't hate that completely. But it would be a bummer because, and Joey probably knows this. Joey, does Nebraska play Washington in 2026?
They play them next year. They'll play Oregon, Washington for the next 2 years.
So like that part sucks because now it's not as bad as the 2010 season when they played them, won by 1 million, lost in the bowl, and then played them again in September. Thus 3 times in a calendar year.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you want bowl matchups against teams you very rarely see. Conferences you don't play.
Josh Peterson here for Nebraska not making a bowl game so that we can avoid playing Washington.
I didn't say those words.
Matt Rule's going to have another tweet scheduled for an hour.
Oh, God.
Remember Jack Caglione, the savior of the Royals' woeful offense. Well, since his call-up in early June, his batting average is under 200. He has just 2 homers, and his OPS is hovering around 500. Did the Royals move him too soon?
So, watching the game with my wife on Sunday, I thought she had an interesting observation where they brought him up not just because he's good, but because he needed to save the offense. She was like, that's so much pressure. And now it definitely seems like the pressure of everything, whether it's the offense or himself and how he's struggled so far, it's getting to him. Like, look, John, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some baseball's, man. But, dude, watching him swing at some of these pitches where it's like, you don't need to. Like, take these pitches. It seems like he's lost some of the confidence. So, I don't know if they called him up too soon, but he's definitely pressing at this moment in time.
I think we need to give it another month here. And then if it's necessary for his confidence, send him back down, get him some more seasoning. But this is why you drafted him. I still think he's going to be a fine player.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not like the Royals are going anywhere anyway.
No, that's true.
They are not going to win their division.
He's not costing them a playoff
bid. They are
bid.
not going to make the playoffs. So it doesn't hurt to let him work out some of these issues with their big league training.
Remember Bubba Cunningham, the North Carolina athletic director and basketball committee chair, whose Tar Heels just snuck into the tournament last season. Well, he has a retirement plan, and in a move straight out of North Carolina, his successor in waiting is the current president of a NASCAR team. Thoughts?
I mean, this couldn't be any more North Carolina, could it?
No.
Steve Newmark, who is the president of the Roush Fenway racing team, is now going to be the AD in waiting. He will be working under Bubba for this year, and then next year he takes over.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if maybe back in like 78, 79, North Carolina had said, hey, Richard Petty, why don't you come on over here?
Is Bubba that old? 63?
Yeah.
Wow, good for him to retire at that young of an age.
I mean, they do pay pretty well at that,
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe Bubba's going to go and be a president of a NASCAR team.
Maybe he'll run for Senate in North Carolina.
Guess we'll be watching for.
He's going to show up on the Kilmeade show.
You'll have to tell me about that because I know Kilmeade's on your watch.
Yes, he certainly is.
As we discussed yesterday with Michael, we saw a big trade in the NFL with Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith getting sent to Pittsburgh, and Minka Fitzpatrick joining the Dolphins. Sorry, Nick. How's this one sitting with you a day later?
I mean, kind of like how we talked about yesterday. I'm really curious about Ramsey. There had been a little chatter about should the Cowboys go after him, and I was in the boat of no, and that's mainly because of what Michael was saying yesterday. A corner, when they get to a certain age, and it's 30, their drop-off is pretty spectacular. I remember Darrelle Revis in particular. That guy was locked down, best in the league, and then suddenly he sucked. So I don't really know how much of a help he is going to be for the Steelers come 2025.
There was talk that there might be a reunion with the Rams, and I would have been for it if it would have been for the right price. Yeah. Not a price this high.
No.
So I go for it, Pittsburgh. But I think the advantage here is that Ramsey can play some safety, so he doesn't necessarily have to be isolated on a corner. But watching all of the Steelers, how all of a sudden has become this very fascinating team because of all the moves that they have made. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers, they are so desperate to get over the hump of just being good enough to get into the playoffs, and that's it.
Yeah.
And they know that this is basically a one-year deal because after that, Aaron Rodgers is gone, and who knows where all some of these other contracts are going to go. So they've weirdly pushed all their chips in on this year, but it doesn't feel like they have a great hand.
No, it definitely does not. They're bluffing.
Problem is, they still have to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they do indeed. Not surprisingly, Caitlin Clark won the fan vote for the WNBA All-Star Game. Also not surprisingly, she finished 9th among the league's guards in the players' vote. Has there ever been a larger disconnect between what the people like and what the athletes like in any sport ever?
This is so weird. I mean, this is like if the rest of the NBA didn't recognize the greatness of Magic and Bird, or didn't recognize the greatness of Jordan, and pushed him down and said, he's like the 8th best guard in the league. It's weird. I get it. I mean, jealousy is jealousy, but everyone in this league should know. Even Dick Vitale. Dick Vitale came out hard in the paint and said, WNBA players, what are you thinking? She's helped elevate your sport. She's helped get you to places you haven't been, and you're acting like she's not a great player. It is so weird.
The only other ones that I can think of, when Steph Curry first started his explosion onto the scene, there were a lot of people in and out of the league, like former players, who was like, nope, a guy like this small, who plays this type of way, he is going to be unable to do it. And, I mean, I think there's a lot of comparison between his game and Caitlin Clark's game in terms of how they play away from the hoop, you know. And recently, Tyrese Halliburton has kind of become that. Now, Halliburton is not as good as Steph was in his prime or as good as Caitlin Clark is. But Halliburton has long been kind of disrespected inside of the NBA. There's just something about basketball. You don't see this in other sports. You don't see this in football. You know, there is a recognition of the greatness of the top of the NFL and quarterbacks. Like, you can have a debate. Hey, is Lamar better than Josh Allen? Is Patrick Mahomes better than both? But I think that there's at least a recognition that all three of those guys and more are really, really good. You know, baseball, pitchers, hitters, whatever it is. But there's something about the sport of basketball where we're seeing it now on the national scene in the WNBA with her. But, I mean, again, whether it's old heads or current players, something about this sport that I think brings this out of people.
Too much divaism in this sport.
Well, let's stay with basketball. Josh, you teased it earlier. Here's what a high-ranking NBA person said to Chris Haynes. Free agency is dead. It's bad for the league because it's usually one of the league's biggest attractions. We have to remember that this is entertainment, and we can't take that away. You buy this?
So, you know, earlier I said it's fine if it's dead. It's not, though. It's one season. You know, part of free agency being free agency is that it takes a convoluence of superstars that are truly available, and a good free agency period or a blockbuster one is when multiple good players' contracts are ending the same year. you can't always control that. So when I think back to the big free agency periods, the when LeBron made the decision, that one had a lot of superstars that were up and at it. The 2019 summer when Kawhi went to the Clippers and LeBron went to the Lakers. I guess LeBron had already been at the Lakers, but that one involved, multiple players. So part of it is just the weird timing of where we're living right.
Yeah, this is a way too much of an overreaction based on one season. You're going to get a year where it's going to be really good, and you're going to get a few that aren't going to be as good.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is the diva nature of this sport. Oh my God, everything's crashing. No, you're fine. You're fine. Things are cyclical. These things happen.
Well, Josh, your favorite NFL star, Saquon Barkley, says that while his former team was willing to let him walk to the Eagles, either of the other two NFC East teams, Dallas or Washington, Josh again, showed any interest either. Josh, does this make you mad that Jura never tried to gauge his interest?
Yes, because he also didn't do the same thing with Derrick Henry last year. And Derrick Henry has said that he would have loved to play in Dallas. And
white man saved Derrick Henry from himself.
It's amazing. Last year I was pissed. It was a throwaway year from the start. And this continues to remind me that it was a throwaway year. Because he didn't want to bring back McCarthy, and he did. He should have just gotten rid of him. If he was so triggered by that stupid loss to the Packers in the playoffs, then fire his ass and move on.
Yeah, but they had
not as lovely as the loss to San Fran the next week for you, Joey.
Yeah, but they needed to wait the extra year because their coach in waiting was just about ready. He wasn't quite ready.
Talking about Shoddy?
Yeah.
Let's go, Shoddy. He's building great culture, John. He has a ping pong table and everything.
Cool.
Ping pong tables.
The trailer for Project Hail Mary dropped yesterday. Josh, you're probably going to tell us the book will be better than the movie. But what do you two think of what you saw?
Did you watch it?
I did not know.
Damn it, John. You got to do a little homework for the show. It's called prep.
Well, I didn't. Where was the damn?
I attached it in the email.
I didn't see it.
I attached it in the email.
So what is this about?
Guy has to go into space and save the world, but he's not an astronaut.
Oh, so it sounds just like The Martian.
It's by the same author, actually. I like Project Hail Mary more. There's a part I was a little surprised that they kind of gave something away. There's an alien in the movie and in the book. And his name is Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the great characters of our time. I'm going to reread it.
Oh,
before
it's like Rocky Balboa.
Not like Rocky Balboa.
Adrian.
No, not like Rocky Balboa.
Hey, yo, I'm going to invade your planet. I can't do a good Rocky.
Do you like Ryan Gosling? You have no thoughts?
I'm okay.
He's the guy, the hopeful hero of the world.
And when's this masterpiece supposed to come out?
March.
Okay.
When we're counting down to 2026.
Well, we'll have to see.
John, I think that this would be a movie that you'll dig. It's very fun. The book is super fun. The book will probably be better than the movie, but it'll still be a good movie, I hope.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we'll see.
You want me to borrow? I bring the hardcover for you. I have an autographed copy. You could borrow it. You're looking for things to do.
Your autograph.
It's on the first page. You won't stare at the first page the whole time, will you? You'll turn pages.
I might analyze the handwriting
to
see if you had just forged the
it?
signature instead of actually gotten one.
I think you might enjoy a book, using your imagination, allowing yourself to go to a different planet, different world, outer space.
Mm.
You're always whining about how little there is to do these days.
Powers of imagination.
Yeah.
I'm whining about not being able to do things because I'm injured.
Well, you can use this book to imagine yourself in space where your wrist would be flopping around and not hurting at all.
Wonder if zero gravity would help with
probably a little bit.
Send John to space.
Send him to space. Let's make it happen.
I'm going to go to space camp. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, why not?
Go to space
Might as well.
camp? Well, coming up next, we're going to food camp because it's time for What's for Dinner.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
I wish I had an exciting answer, but I had the leftovers from what we had on Sunday, which was that delicious pot roast and the polenta.
Sorry. Just wanted to make a noise real fast.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's for tonight.
I am going to do leftovers. I'm thinking pizza. By the way, that breakfast last night for dinner, tremendous. Oh, my gosh.
How
and
was
my
the smoothie instead of having, like, coffee or...
Coffee at
Coffee at
7?
night?
Yeah, thank
You
you,
having
Joe.
breakfast? I mean, coffee with breakfast.
What's up with this anti-smoothie rhetoric coming out of your lips?
No, it's not anti. It just seemed a little different. That's all. I was just curious how it went.
It was really good. It was a strawberry banana smoothie.
Are you sure you're just saying that to keep her happy?
No, I love smoothies.
I do too, but
love smoothies.
I've never thought to have one with dinner.
Well, you never had a smoothie with dinner?
No.
Well, but I mean, I don't
I
have
have
it with
something
like
to drink with dinner.
No, I had water. But I don't have it like with steak. I had it with breakfast because smoothies go good with breakfast.
Do they?
Yes. It's fruit. Do you not ever have fruit with your breakfast?
Yeah, I eat the fruit.
Why not have it as a drink?
Because I have coffee as a drink. Just part of your complete breakfast?
You have a weird system.
Yeah, thank you, Joey. Tonight, leftover pizza. Oh, wait, I already said that. Joey, what are you having?
The Runza was delicious yesterday, by the way.
Good. Did you get the frings?
Yes,
Did you have
I
a
did.
smoothie with it?
No. They provide red Gatorade, so that's the plus.
Red Gatorade.
Yes, they do.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they have
They
red
have
Gatorade.
red Gatorade at Runza?
Yeah, they do. I did not know this until I looked at the app, so I'm like,
So
why not?
you got red Gatorade instead of a soda?
I don't drink soda.
Oh,
Not
okay.
a soda guy.
Well, it's also a Pepsi price.
How about this
so-
idea for you, John? Now, I mean, you could go to dinner to Site One tonight, but if you wait until Friday, you can get
Yeah.
the zone deal.
Yeah.
Even though it'll be the 4th, you can still get the zone deal Friday morning at 9.
That's right. We might be closed for the 4th, but the zone deal isn't, and you can get $25. You can pay $25 to get $50.
Yep, at 9 a.m. on
The Site
Friday.
One.
And they have food, not to mention the beer. Plus, if you listen to the Happer Show this week, you can
You think
win.
they serve smoothies with their dinner?
No.
No.
They serve beer, and that is good.
By the way, my dinner's a toss-up. I don't know what I'm going to
Oh,
have.
game time decision for Joey.
All
All right, good luck, Joey.
Well, sometimes that can be the best.
Might be a sandwich night.
Yeah.
Did you know Subway's doing their little foot-long nachos?
Foot-long nachos?
Yeah, they just pour a bag of Doritos in a little carton, and then they just mix up. It's kind of like a walking taco. I don't know why they
You know
keep
what
just call it that.
the best thing after you've had like Mexican food the day before, as long as you have leftover meat and cheese, make your own nachos.
Yes.
In the air fryer.
Oh, of course.
The best.
Of course.
The best.
Wow, and that's the Tuesday grub.
Best is the best.
Tomorrow it's Wednesday. That's Dumb Debates.
Nice.
And Mike Schaefer will join us. And
Oh, the Vikings fan.
President C.
President C.
President C will be here too. Yeah.
Nice.
So that and
Oh, Baymon says, great show, boys. Baymon, great commenting.
Thank you.
yeah.
We love the YouTube comment section. Well, some of us.
That'll be on Thursday.
Bye.